from PAVE, and I'll explain a little bit about that at the end of the presentation. PAVE was started in 2015-16. We've seen some gains. I'll speak to this reading slide first. We had seen some gains before the pandemic, especially in reading, slight, but still gains. And we saw those numbers go down in COVID. Results for men in our school at this time were slightly worse than those for females, and for Black students, slightly worse than those for Hispanic students. An intervention that we are taking this year is to go ahead and add an interventionist in reading for our scholars to attach to what was already being provided as intervention from the Fletcher Academy. We've worked with them for several years. We had 3 tutors last year from Fletcher Academy. We have 4 tutors this year. We've added our own in-house interventionists, and students are being pulled to address lower reading levels in the Tier 3 and 2 category. And then at the Tier 1 level, we're working on core instruction, fully implementing a curriculum through the Achievement First network that we started and implemented in COVID, so now we really get to try it in person. This week, we've shifted our schedule to allow for lengthened content blocks in all core instruction. We were seeing that as a need, and we were also seeing a need for increased planning time for teachers to review data and to coordinate on grade lesson plans. We've also, and I'll speak to this later, gone back to a Wednesday early release day to allow for the same. I'll speak to that as strategy in terms of where we're going, but go next to the data slide, please, the math data slide. So this is an area where we've been struggling. We have been struggling in math, and it got much worse through COVID. This is an area we need to focus on, and we need to raise core instruction practices across all grades and all scholars. Math results for women, unfortunately, were less productive than those for men in our school, and we've seen the 4th grade drop in dramatic ways that now those 4th graders are in 5th grade, and we need to accelerate learning for them. So again, I see this data, and I see this as a core challenge, Tier 1 challenge, where we need to address how we are approaching our curriculum standards and instruction in all grades. But we are talking about adding an interventionist for math grade. Fletcher Academy does not address reading at our school. Math is left out of those intervention models. And so we are looking at potentially adding an interventionist in those 3rd and 4th grade levels. Also working with grade team leads to address math standards and math practice and how we can improve across the core. I'll head next to the 3rd slide, and I'm diving in really deeply into data first because I assume that that's where everyone wants to focus and how we are being evaluated right now. I will speak to how we are as a school contextually and our vision and values, but wanted to go into the data first. So we have work to do. We know, we see what is possible around our peers and our colleagues. This is a chart that reflects local schools within the 27610 zip code, which is where we are located. Those are highlighted in yellow, and then we've pulled in some peer schools to show benchmarks, schools like ours that are serving students across the state. So we are very middle of the pack, and we want to improve. I'll note here that several of our leaders, myself included, are being trained by some of the folks on this list that are in higher performing schools. We are participating in the Want More, Do More coaching program through Henderson Collegiate. We are getting coaching from great leaders around the state, networking and partnering to learn what is working and what we need to do to keep improving. Even preeminent down the road, consider a partnered school. I know they've had a great growth through the last couple of years. Melanie Butler Williams. So we've been trying to draw on what they have been doing, and cultivate best practices from within and note where others are succeeding so that we can continue to grow as well. Next slide, please. So I'm sure today you've heard and will continue to hear that COVID was really challenging. We are still recovering from many of those challenges. This is a COVID dashboard that we use at our school to reflect our quarantine data and our case data, and you can see that in week 1 and 2 we were struggling. We had a lot of cases, and we had a lot of students in quarantine. Since then, we have increased social distancing at meal times and changed some of our protocols, which you can see through the data has had a dramatic impact in terms of improving our data and our safety. A less quantifiable impact is staff morale and overwhelm and things that need to be addressed in terms of burnout. So we have taken the tact of trying to lengthen planning time for staff during the day. Again, we're going back to this early release Wednesdays to allow for professional development that hasn't been happening at a regular clip. We've had staff leave, so you can see on the slide that since the start of the school year, we've lost about 18 staff. We've hired 29. We've used over 1,600 PTO hours, and that includes quarantine time. So our team, in many ways, while I think motivated and excited about where we are and where we're moving, we've been through a level of drain. We've been through a lot of staff covering a lot of classes. Our coaches, we have 3 great instructional coaches. They've been often covering classes, and I think for the last 2 weeks at least, we have put measures in place like permanent subs and assistants and per diem subs to support people back into the coaching, back into the observation and feedback cycle, creating space for our team to really work together again on what matters most, which is core instruction and reviewing data and norming together. So those are some of the challenges that we faced just this year. And there certainly would be silver linings around seeing kids back in the building. We've been in person all year. They're smiling faces behind masks. There's plenty that's going well here that, again, I'll speak to at the last slide. But these challenges are real, and they create a need for us to kind of reset our mind and reset where we are and get back to fundamentally, how can we improve? So I've mentioned this a couple times, but we are resetting our schedule. We are sort of taking a start over. What I didn't highlight on the last slide is that I am, in the last 3 weeks, I've become the principal of this school because we also lost our principal and our assistant principal through these last couple of weeks. So though terribly sad, I do feel like we've been able to reconvene instructional leadership team meetings. We've been able to reconvene school leadership meetings. We're taking this time with our teachers to look at where are they with their classroom expectations? Where are they on standards? Where are they in terms of data collection and use of that data to support reteach and intervention? We have not been meeting as grade teams because there hasn't been space to, and we've had so many new staff, and we've had so much turnover. We have not done that consistently, but we want to, we need to, and that starts this Wednesday. So we're reviewing Scholar data so that we can take next steps. We're going to coordinate as grade teams on internalizing lesson plans and looking at exemplar student work so that we can get more strategic with the way that we're approaching this learning loss that we've seen and that we know that we need to recover from. Coaches, I've said, will reestablish this habit of observing teachers and giving real-time feedback, encouraging practice. We've talked most recently about our power moves, our RISE power moves. They're to set culture, clarify expectations, and monitor progress. And we want to be about learning. We want to communicate that everything you do is about learning. And we want to reestablish those pre-pandemic reading levels. We want to establish systems and structures that allow us to look at, understand where we're moving and on standards and on teaching. So I'm speaking to a little bit of the academic goals that we would have submitted through our template. But I think we've got to step back at an academic goal level and look at our data together. How are we going to move? What do we need to shift in terms of where we are on standards? What do we need to reteach? What goals are we going to set? We're in that goal setting process, having looked at this data carefully. And need to decide where we need to move for the rest of this year to be successful in at least getting back to where we were on reading, and I would say recovering from where we had lost a lot of ground in math. Next slide. And I think for us, that has been a lot of joy. Last year was really, really hard, and we were in virtual learning through most of last year. We came back into a hybrid model in March and April. And in that hybrid model, there was very little community gatherings. There was very little interaction. We were extremely socially distanced. We are excited to be back together. I see it in kids' faces. I see it in staff's faces. These are just a couple of pictures of kids in our classrooms learning, of spirit days that we've celebrated most recently, of a basketball team that we've never had before in middle school, a reinvigorated music and dance program, and then this year we've added visual art as well. So many of our students are participating in new incentives and clubs that we've never had before. We've also invited the NC State SAY tutoring program into our school this year, and so that's kicked off a couple of weeks ago. And we have about 50 students participating in one-on-one tutoring with NC State students. So this might not be news for every school, but for RISE, this is really invigorating news because we had not, being a we're a K-7 school now. Last year we were K-6, and then prior to COVID, we would have been K-5. And so in many ways, we had not rolled out any of our middle school programming yet, and certainly couldn't during COVID. So this feels almost like a start over for our middle school, a place where we can reimagine what programming looks like for all of our scholars. And I think we're already seeing students go to study hall and participate in their academic process as a result of wanting to participate in these events that they have to earn after school. And so that's been really exciting to see. And I know that our staff is highly motivated to continue to do clubs and raise the bar of joy and raise the bar of celebration so that that marries with our high expectations academically as well. And we can bring all of that together to be a community school in this area that is empowering our scholars to thrive academically, strengthen their communities, and discover their voice. There are some appendices that I've put in the slide presentation at the end of this, but I know we're limited to 6 slides, so I'm happy to take any questions related to what's included.
Dawn, this is Rita Hare. I have a question. You mentioned extended content blocks, or how is that accomplished? What was shifted to give you more time in the content?
We looked a little bit at some morning meeting time that we weren't using highly strategically. We still have morning meeting, and we still want to include a social emotional curriculum when we have one called Overcoming Obstacles. We shortened that time. We've shortened some of our transitions. We've shortened some of our what we call fly zone intervention block. We know that's needed, but at the length that it was, we were not using it effectively, and so we've shortened that, gotten more strategic in that time, and then put time back into the core blocks.
Mm-hmm. And the reading interventionist you brought in, is this person working in the classroom, particular grade levels, or?
She is pulling out in grades 3 and up because we have the Fletcher tutors pulling out in grades K to 2.
Mm-hmm. So does tomorrow make 3 weeks in your role? You're at 3 weeks?
Yes, 3 to 4.
Sounds like you hit the ground running. I noticed that the school improvement plan will need to be updated and submitted. So
yes,
I encourage
ma'am.
you to do that because that's going to identify your goals and your how you're going to measure your progress and those kinds of things. So we're looking forward to receiving that.
Absolutely.
Ms. Archer, this is Lynn Kroger. I have a question for you. Currently, how many teacher vacancies do you have right now?
Since November 1st, we have 0.
That's great.
That is something we're celebrating every day. We've re-engaged morning meeting with our team. Sunshine Committee is now in charge of that, and so we have a good time showing up each morning and being with each other. there's definitely an ease and a calm with staff not being in and out of the building all the time. And we onboarded our 2 new instructional assistants this morning. So I've been spending the last 3 weeks meeting with leadership incredibly diligently, engaging them and investing them. I think they were already ready to run, and so we've just been spending time releasing them into the space. And then I've been meeting with teachers, trying to meet with every teacher in the school over the last couple weeks for a couple of minutes just to hear where they are. And my current sense of our team is we are bought in and ready to go.
Ms. Arthur, this is Mr. Friend. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the candor in terms of kind of where you've been and where you're at. And just a question of, I can't imagine 31% of your staff having to be replaced since the start of school. And I'm sure there's lots of different reasons for that. Just that, without getting into individual situations, I mean, what were you hearing from the staff as to why they left? I mean, was it just burnout, or is it something different than that? Or?
Yeah, that's great. And before I answer that, let me say that we have, and this is in the appendices too, we've brought on 4 strong new board members, and they have been critical in starting 3 very powerful committees. I only say that because one of them is a personnel committee who has been incredibly involved with interviewing staff who have left and working with me and the team on how to address burnout and how to address staffing challenges that I think the entire sector of education is facing right now, but maybe our school in different ways. So to answer your specific question, I would say it's a lot of several things. I know that there were some staff members that had grown comfortable with the virtual environment, and I don't think they had fully reckoned with how we were going to be in person this year. And so in coming back to the beginning of the year, I think that became clarified for them and had to leave. And they chose to leave, excuse me. I think for others, it is new staff that we probably hired who didn't fully expect what this year was going to look like. And it's just been really challenging for them, and I think have opted out. And then I think another group is what I would call the normal, like life happens or something else happens, and they would have left anyway.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I know what a challenge that is.
For her to be as calm in this presentation,
Right?
given the fact that she's had to replace that many staff members and keep the school up and running, is commendable. So I haven't had to deal with that, and I'm stressed. So I can only imagine what you're going through. So I commend you and your folks and your leadership team and your new board members on getting this started, and I hope for the best for you.
Thank you. As I listen to you, I may grow more anxious, but what I think is a thread in this moment is that, and if you can believe my calm and my smile, it feels very good right now. We are all happy to be here, and I think the reset feels energizing around some of these measures that we're taking for staff to get more time, because I trust that they want to do what's best for scholars. And I know that they want to see these results change. And so now how do we support them to make that happen?
This is Shelley Bullard. I have 2 really quick questions for you. First of all, what are the feedback from the families for starting your early release, your Wednesday early release? How has that been received? And I'm not gonna lie, I'm sitting here trying to steal ideas and thinking about what you're putting into place that maybe I could steal from you. So how's your families, how have they received that?
Well, first of all, our families are amazing. If this is recorded, I hope they can hear that one day. Even through COVID, I felt highly supported by our families, which was huge, because I know that's not true everywhere. Quite honestly, when I sent this email and when we communicated it a couple weeks ago, I did not get a single email of pushback.
Wow.
I think PAVE has historically had a structure around an early release day that I changed, honestly, in thinking that we needed to get to a more consistent day for families and in terms of learning. But I underappreciated in making that change that it would remove our space as a team to dig into grade level meetings and to dig into data meetings and to do the planning work that educators need to be successful in the classroom. And so it feels like an adjustment that kind of takes us back to our historical norms. When we did this as PAVE in the past, it would have been on Fridays. And so I think Fridays are a hard day to do something like that. But as it's going to be Wednesdays now, I think it's a midweek pause point where we can stay focused.
And my last question, are you using a math program? Are your teachers coming up with what they're doing? Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, we are using the math curriculum through Achievement First. We are not using a math program online, though that has been one of our education committee's recent recommendations, is to look across our peers, some of whom are using Zearn, and I'm sure there are 1,000 other great ones. So we are going to look at that as a team and identify, do we need something more like that to roll out next year?
I just want to compliment you on your reflectiveness, even personally with your leadership. That really comes through, that you're thinking about all those decisions that have been made and are going to be made. And I think that is a great tool to have and something that you do daily. Great job.
Thank you.
Any other question? Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you all.
All right, so we can go into applications. I think we're about on time. Yeah, a little bit early. Are you guys ready for applications, or would you like to take a little break?
I think.
Quick question, are the folks from Phoenix Prep going to be here in person?
Yeah, I think they're coming in person.
Okay.
I haven't received any information on them being remote.
Okay, then we probably need to take a break because
Yeah, 'cause
they're
they're-
not here yet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Good, you can do it. Okay. What time are they due?
2:40.
Is there, if we take like a 10-minute break, is there anything we can move up that,
Well, Melanie will do her kind of brief introduction of the process. That's probably it, unless, yeah. So maybe if we take like a 10 or 15-minute break?
yeah, let's take a
That should be good?
15-minute break.
Okay, we're gonna take a 15-minute break for those of you listening, and we will be back.
Thank you. The sixth question on this, please describe the rationale for having 4 board members.
Hey, how are you? Doing fine, how are you?
Alright, we are streaming.
Good morning, Madam Chair Turner, CSAP members, Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. Our November 21 applications, we will hear from a total of 5 applicants over the course of today and tomorrow. We have 2 second-round applicants, followed by 3 standard timeline folks with an EMO presentation, but we'll do that on tomorrow. Today we have only 1 second-round applicant, the Phoenix Preparatory Academy, whose board is all here with the exception of Mr. Ken Pill, who is absent today. So before we get into their presentation, we'll just review some of the statutory, the rules and the policy references. So obviously we've got on our screen here, we've got General Statute 115C-218.5, which actually grants the State Board of Education final approval of charter applications, followed by General Statute here that outlines CSAP's duties, and then codified in the administrative code, we have the charter school's application and review process. Again, as in months prior, the Office of Charter School can make these full texts available to anyone, to the public at request. Our next slide, we have some CHTR policy, again, that's just outlining the charter school application and review process. Our general statute here that allows applicants to correct applications with the Office of Charter School has fully exhausted this provision, allowing the applicants to correct during our completeness process. So all of that has been exhausted. Obviously, what we're here to do today is allow the opportunity to address CSAP. So that has been fulfilled. We can move on. These will not apply. That will not apply for any of our applicants today. So we can advance past that. And so then today, just a quick reminder, because we're hearing from a second round applicant, the options today are to advance to SBE for approval or denial. So that bottom right bullet point there. So that's what we have. If we can go to slide 8, I believe. Yep. And so okay, just go to the second round. Yep. So we've abbreviated for the second round. I think we've condensed it down. Maybe move forward. Yeah. We've condensed the second round interview to 45 minutes or less. So really, here's what we've done. Up until today, the applicants were given 10 calendar days to provide their response to the questions that you had last month. There were about 10 questions that you all had for our applicant today, Phoenix Preparatory Academy. Those have been made available to you all. They are here today to discuss those. Let's see our next slide. So again, the breakdown is my opening. You all will Q&A for 25 minutes. Then there will be the closing statement by the applicant. You guys will vote, CSAB will vote within that final 10 minutes. So I'll recap with Phoenix Preparatory Academy. They are based out of Pitt County. They are in year 1 opening with a K-5 school. This school will grow by a grade each year. At capacity in year 8, they will be a fully functional K-12 school with about 805 students. They will provide lunch service by way of local catering. They will also provide a variety of transportation services to include bus, gas cards, carpooling for their student body. They will use the weighted lottery for enrollment admissions. They do not have a facility. They do have a land parcel identified at North Carolina Highway 43 within the zip code of 27834. It does appear that Winterville Charter Academy is the closest charter school to their proposed site, about 8 miles away. In Pitt County, there were LEA impact statements that you guys received last month. They are not a repeat applicant, nor are they using the services of an EMO or CMO. They did have assistance, application assistance provided by consultancy. And again, their application was deemed complete at the time of submission. There was a map here, again, 27834 being their zip code. You have a cluster map within a 10-mile radius of the LEA district schools there. Again, Phoenix Preparatory Academy, I believe they have submitted, they intend to rename and rebrand as Greenville Preparatory Academy, so they'll be available to discuss that with you. But again, you have that heat map. They're part of an intergenerational complex. So I will go ahead and turn the floor over to Chair Mr. George O'Garo, and then you can make your introduction.
Thank you. Nice seeing you all again. As mentioned, you'll know that we are good listeners, and we are now Greenville Preparatory Academy, which will colloquially be known as, in the neighborhood and area, as Greenville Prep, with the GPA as a very, fancy or misnomer there. And also, so Springshire will be operating as Rising Phoenix, so you can see the connection between which is why we wanted to be Phoenix Prep initially, but nonetheless, we still got it, and we still got the Phoenixes in our design. And we also have just a site map as well available for, you all to see, but also just to, show that we put a lot of time and energy into this. This is a real thing that is happening, and hopefully we will get the approval and not the go home. So again, thanks for having us. Greenville Preparatory Academy, we're an intergenerational facility that'll provide meaningful ways for school children, seniors, and members of the Greenville community to interact. Right now, our board is 5 members, and again, we listen well. This is myself, the chair of the board, Ken Walker, who is the vice chair, as the much disliked non-locals. So we did bring more local backup this time. And 2 potential board members that will be joining who are from the area. So again, myself and Ken as the vice chairs, and then we also have with us Tony Dunn with the education background and local to the area, Miss Katie Forney, who was here with us last time. Also, Dr. Wanda Wright was able to join us. She was on the air last time. Dr. Shree Daniels is with us as well as a potential board member. And as mentioned, Ken Peel cannot be with us. He has COVID and is recovering, which we hope will happen sooner than later. So I was just going to quickly just run through high level. We have made some updates and changes, or things have happened since the last time we met. And again, we've tried to prove to you our dedication to this and making some moves on some of the things you already asked of us. But we are also prepared to discuss it. As again, the name change is done. We've updated the mission statement. That's already been approved by the board to remove the core knowledge branding from there. There's been updates to the design process, so we have that for you. Again, we have the site map listed here. We sent out more surveys, got back more surveys, got back better survey results, again, per your request. And we also amended the board members, so right now we're 5. We amended that to go up to 9. We have potentially 7 that will be voted on here shortly. I'll pause there just so I know that there are pre-planned questions. So I will turn it over now to that piece. Actually, we still have 10 minutes, right? So I have other board members that come up and say pieces too. Thanks.
Yeah, the 10 minutes is the closing. There's a 5-minute introduction.
Oh, 5 minutes? Okay, we'll just go to questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming back as well. It's good to see you again. Did you fit those?
She's in the closet.
I was gonna say, did those signs fit in your suitcase? Or, yeah, it's good to have you back. Thank you, and appreciate everyone coming this morning. As a reminder for fellow CSAB members, we'll have 25 minutes of Q&A, 5 minutes of a closing statement, and then 10 minutes to deliberate on the application. As a follow-up to the first interview, we did submit to the board a list of questions that we have those on the screen. I'm sure some of you have them in front of you that we specifically wanted to have them follow up on. So we appreciate the fact that you've done that in great detail in many cases, following up on those questions. Thank you too for listening in terms of the name change. Glad to see that you were open to that. I said, just this morning before you got here, we were dealing with the other Phoenix Academy, and it would have been confusing. So thank you for that, and also on the mission and reconsideration of the board numbers. So do appreciate you listening to our thoughts and concerns on that. So with that, I'm going to open it up, fellow CSAB members. We try to stick mostly to the questions that we had posted them as a follow-up to the first interview, but certainly if that sparks something that we talked about last month, that's certainly on the table as well. So I'll turn it over to anyone who has any maybe questions about how they responded to any of the questions that we posed.
I don't have a question, just a comment, how much I appreciate how quickly you moved on things. That bodes well for particularly the concerns about the out-of-state, that the leadership was out-of-state, and the fact that you could get stuff done that fast suggests that you probably can pull this off. So I really appreciate the speed with which you addressed some of our concerns.
As the head of the school and on behalf of your head of school, I just say thank you for moving from 21 board members down to a maximum of 9. That will pay off long term.
I think we'll all benefit from that, so thank you.
I could not imagine.
No.
When I saw that number, I thought,
Lord.
This is Lynn Kroger, and I just want to reiterate too that I appreciate your very thorough answers to the questions. I felt that they were very thoroughly documented, explained very well, and again, just responding quickly and appropriately. I just appreciate that.
And Mr. Chair, I wasn't here for their presentation. However, I feel like I was.
I wasn't here either, Mr. Aguero. I'm Rita Hare, and I appreciate all the information that has been provided in the responses. I did have a follow-up question. I know you won't know this. In the application Q115 and 116, you're defining and outlining all of the goals, and the intergenerational component is just foundational to everything your plans are about. But in the mention of goals and measures, there's no mention of that component. And I think maybe it's because the application doesn't ask that, because it's not a standard, it's not a standard part of charter school. And so this is sort of an outlier, but it would be good for you to address that. And I know this is not the time to ask for revision or anything. I just want to encourage you to do that, to set specific goals that can be measured and that you can look at the end of each year to see that you are working towards your mission and making progress. You know, the application asks for those academic things and social, et cetera, cultural. And even in the cultural, this part wasn't mentioned, so I think that's critical as you go forward.
I think too, that'll also be helpful for other people looking at the model and to be able to see how it's affected your outcomes.
Very true.
That's a great idea, because what you're doing is so different than what I've seen, and I think it's great, but that would be great to have that data.
I do think this is the first of this whole kind in the country. So we have been aware of understanding kind of the template / the model that could and we hope should be replicated, because we genuinely believe it's really good for the community and others will recognize it and want to replicate it in addition to ourselves.
So I had one other question that's kind of random and really just curiosity. Who is Jonathan Chirunga? He's here today. I didn't see his name in anything else, but he actually invited some of the board members to serve on the board, and I thought, now what is his connection? I never really saw a connection. What is his role or position?
So Jonathan is the bond holder of Springshire, the retirement community, so owns all of the bonds and helped put the project together.
Well, great. Well, we appreciate what he's doing to move us forward.
As do we.
For sure.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more to it, because I know Jonathan since we both went to business school long time ago, and you know, since then we've both have been very passionate about education, about kids, and we both love like coaching kids and things like that. So when I was on the school board of my district in California, I consulted with him a lot about bonds. You know, we had lost a lot of money with the Lehman debacle, and then we issued some more bonds, and so he was somebody I could, you know, to learn from. But he also learned from me because he was investing a lot of. He's a municipal bond portfolio manager, so he invests in basic public infrastructure projects or projects that serve the public good. And the whole attraction about that is that they're tax-free. It's not about making huge returns. It's about having a decent, you know, low-risk return, but you know, you get the tax benefit from that. So that's his connection with it. He's very passionate about charter schools, about school and you know, academics in general. But he's invested in a lot of charter schools, and so he brings that experience. And he asked me and others to join because he really wants this as a new idea, and he wants to be successful.
Great, thank you.
I don't want to have a question, I guess more of just a comment, that if you do get the opportunity to move forward, there was one of the questions that someone asked about the core knowledge and implementing that when you're starting a K-5 school. I would just say from experience of that, don't shortchange the amount of time and effort you'll need to put into professional development for the staff that you hire. Because just as it's probably new to a lot of the students that will come to the school, it's new to the teachers as well. And I think that's a really pivotal piece to focus on. Sounds like you have a school leader that already understands that, which is good. Has there been any additional work done since the last time we met around just overall, you know, community awareness, support? Have your numbers of interested parents, has it even increased since the last time that we were together? Maybe talk to us a little bit about that.
Yes, I can address that. My name is Dr. Wanda Wright. I wasn't here last time. I am a board member. Just a little bit of background about myself. I'm also I'm a board certified public health dentist, which means that, you know, my responsibilities are to have deep ties with the community in Pitt County. I am a faculty member at East Carolina University School of Dental Medicine, and I'm also the Assistant Dean for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
I'm sorry, could you speak up? I'm really having a hard
sorry.
time hearing you. Yeah, take the mask off, that'll probably help.
Did you hear most of what I said?
A little bit.
Some of it.
Okay, so I said I'm faculty member at East Carolina University, and I'm also the Assistant Dean for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at East Carolina University School of Dental Medicine. And so my responsibilities are to have deep ties with the community, not just in Pitt County, but the surrounding counties also. We have oral health programs in Bertie County and also other counties near Pitt County. So we have been working with the community in Pitt County on this particular project, trying to garner support for this project. We had reached out to churches in the community. We have strong letters of support from at least 16 different organizations, including East Carolina University, their School of Nursing, as well as the Biden Medical Center and other community organizations across Pitt County. We have been working to increase our board members. We have 2 prospective new board members from one of the churches in Pitt County, Power Nation. We have also worked with another church in Pitt County to, increase the visibility of this program and to get support for the program. As far as the survey that we did, right now we have about 178 responses from the survey. And the results of that survey, we found that 71% of the people who responded said they are interested in this new charter school. 81% said they are interested in registering for the school with a college prep focus. 83% said they are interested in the intergenerational aspect of the program, and 84% said they are interested in the core knowledge. And in December, we are going to have focus groups at one of the churches, and where we are going to invite parents and teachers and to continue to generate support for this program in the community, because we understand that the success of this school really depends on getting support from the community and buy-in from the community.
And you're up against the fact that there was a charter in the community that was not successful. And so some people's ideas of what charters are about could be framed by that. And so really making sure that people understand who you are, what you want to do. What you're doing is really different than what the other school was doing, but just making sure people really understand who you are and what you want to do.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to echo that. Thank you for that. And I think I mentioned this the last time, and in full disclosure, I had a hand in helping that other school get started and then stepped away once they had got the charter. And I think we found that there was a lot of community interest, because if there wasn't, they would have never gotten off the ground to begin with. But then once the school opened, I think that maybe the engagement with community members wasn't quite what it needed to be. And just to be candid, I mentioned this last time, was the local buy-in and the local understanding from people who served on the board to teachers who were in the classroom. That's just a really, really important part to be different this go around. So
We got no more Californians.
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's really not that. But having people who that sort of are on the ground and understand the challenges of the community that you're serving, and that are truly involved in the operations of the school. Yeah.
Any other questions? Would you like to make your closing statement?
I'll go ahead and start, and then if others want to join, they can do that as well. So thank you for hearing us again. So this is a startup. It's new, new idea, but we're bringing experience to make this successful. And I mentioned earlier that the investor in the whole kind of project has invested in a lot of charter schools, and keeps a really, really close eye on the finances. That's the number one reason why charter schools fail, is that they're not managing their money. They're not managing the enrollment well enough. Their marketing plan isn't there. So I think the most important thing for our board to do, from a governance perspective, is to keep an eye on the data. And number one is the bringing kids in, because if we don't bring in the kids, none of the numbers work, right? So we're really, really focused on that marketing, and we have to have a good product. We have to continue selling that constantly, right? So the second part is, we need to implement, it's the academics. We need to implement the core knowledge curriculum successfully. Make sure that we have the right materials, the teachers have the materials they need, the training they need to be successful, and we need to keep an eye on that, on metrics related to that success. Finances, that's extremely important. Again, that's the main reason why charter schools fail. And we're bringing a lot of finance knowledge. When I was on the school board, that was one of my key things that I really kept an eye on. We never had a deficit during my 8 years there. And we've got some pretty good, we've got a lot of eyes, with a lot of financial experience. So I'm not worried about, keeping an eye on that part of it. And then the final thing is the community impact, because this is what this is really about, is building community between, the kids, the seniors, and people in between, because that's very important too. I learned that as I'm kind of reconnecting with some family. My dad's from North Carolina. I've been reconnecting. My dad kind of left North Carolina, didn't really look back, but we kind of came back about 10, 15 years ago to reconnect with our family here. And I've been spending a lot of time with two generations, a nephew and then kind of a grandnephew as well. None of us are directly related, but I see kind of that value of that those three levels, right? Because it just makes it a lot funner. We can all relate to each other more. So I've kind of got recent experience in that, and I think that's really important. The other impact is just the kids in general. We're developing kids to be comfortable with seniors, and a lot of kids are not. To be comfortable with going out and volunteering, learning how to volunteer. I think that's a really important skill to learn, and I think we're going to help the community by building more engaged kids, more engaged community members. So, will commit that this board will govern and and look at the priorities, and we'll use data, to ensure success, or to measure success and ensure that we're on the right path.
And I just want to say one more thing about engagement of the community, which is key. And it's actually my job at the School of General Medicine. So, and we do it well. But I also want to introduce the other two prospective board members. We have Mr. Antonio Bunn, who is a business owner in Pitt County, and he also taught in Pitt County high schools. And also Dr. Cherie Daniels. She just received her PhD from Duke University, and let me see if I can get it correct. I think it's equity and ethics in education. Yes.
Thank you. So we have time to deliberate amongst ourselves. So, any thoughts?
I think they answered all the questions that we were looking for them. I do want to commend them on thinking outside the box and being creative with the name change too. I do think that will go a long way, especially within the charter community. So if something happens with the Phoenix Academy currently, that doesn't look bad on you. And if I don't think with your leadership anything will happen, but just to keep that separated. And then I really do appreciate you all bringing on more board members from the local community. Just having been in public policy for almost a decade now in the state, it's whenever somebody from Raleigh comes out to Eastern or Western North Carolina, people always kind of put their hands up, and so it's one when we're coming from Raleigh and then coming from out of state. So it's going to be very important you get solid board members to stay on there and really work with the community, because I'm really excited about this school, and I think it's going to be a great template for the rest of the state. And or could be a good template to maybe replicate around the state. And I'm just really excited, and I hope this passes unanimously.
Well, I'll share that I think the whole premise of charters to begin with is the promise of innovation and to do something different, that we don't create schools that are just mirrors of the other options that already exist. And that goes back to 30 years of charters. This seems to me like an incredibly strong board, a solid plan, community impact, without a doubt. I'm going to vote yes for this charter.
Just my opinion, if there was any question as to whether or not they were prepared, or even down to the detail as a high school administrator and looking how they plan to make those two teachers work, or even add more if needed. I mean, there's just a lot of detail summed up, and their answers to us a lot of thoughtful reflection. So I also feel very confident that the school should move forward.
I'm also very excited. I'm excited about the concept, excited about this board. It just, everything has been done decently and in order. And I just think we're going to hear more about this school over time.
you understand what it means to create a charter school. So I commend you. Thank you.
I would happily make the motion to move forward with awarding, what's the new name now?
Greenville Preparatory.
Greenville Charter Academy.
GPA, I got it.
There we go, GPA. Their
A
charter.
5.0.
5.0 GPA.
Yeah.
And so we have a motion to move Greenville Preparatory Academy on to the state board for approval. Can I
I'll
have a
second.
Second, any further discussion? If you want to do a roll call vote. Ashley?
Okay, and so you have approved them as Greenville Preparatory Academy. So what we are going to do as part of your motion, so I will work with them on getting the formal paperwork that we would need for an amendment. I believe they've also changed their mission statement, which would need your approval. So would we like to perhaps revise that mission to include that?
Approval of their charter as well as the amendments to their mission statement.
All right, great. And Lynn?
Second that.
All right. Well, let me take the roll call vote. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Hilda Parley,
Approves?
Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Dogby. Todd, are you there?
Yes, aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, it passes unanimously. So this will be moved to the state board with our group of recommendations that go with the standard timeline applications, which will be in several months, but Melanie in our office will keep in touch with all of you to keep you updated with that. And then I will also be reaching out to your contacts about the paperwork that we need just to formal, like the formal documentation for the mission change and the name change. And that will all go with the approval, so we don't have to do it separately. Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations.
So I think we're
Breaking for lunch.
lunch break now? Plan?
Let's see, yes, so we are, yep, we're a little early, we might have to wait a little bit for lunch, but I'm gonna hit the mics and turn off live stream, and we'll just go into lunch.
Hey, Ashley,
Yes, Todd?
are we still gonna come back at 12:25?
Yes, I think we'll come back at 12:25. If we're any earlier, I'll text you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we're off for lunch.
We are continuing this afternoon with our presentation from schools, and the next school up is Aristotle Preparatory Academy. It's like, did you?
The mic works. Good afternoon, members of the Charter School Advisory Board. First, I want to say thank you for allowing me to be here again today, an opportunity to share a portion of Aristotle's journey with you. And before I get started, I just want to share who's with me today. Kelly Scott, the new director at Aristotle, is online. And I have with me the board's attorney, Stephen Walker, Greg Senders, and Joe Maimoni representing Charter One, and my chair lady of the board, Miss Siobhan Papa. So, for those of you who have not met me in the past, I would like to take just a moment to introduce myself. I am Charlie French, and Kelly Scott and I came to Aristotle on June the 17th of 2017, and our heads wanted to say no to the challenge, but our heart wouldn't let us walk away. We just really don't know how to quit, to be honest. But I remember the very first student that I encountered when I came on the campus at then Artie Drive in Charlotte. There was a young man with his mother that walked out, and both of them were extremely upset because they had lost their kindergarten graduation certificate. And no one on the inside would reprint one for him, and that seemed insignificant to me, honestly. And I may have even blown her off at that time with a, well, don't worry, it'll be okay kind of response. But what I've come to know over the last 4 years is that each and every accomplishment is worth celebrating and commemorating. And that young mom did not graduate high school, and let's be honest, her son's chances weren't very good either. Recent data shows that the national graduation rate for young black males is only 59%. So for that young single mom who did not graduate and was extremely proud of her son for that first step towards his educational career, that was really a devastating moment not to have that certificate. And I'm sure that she was hopeful that that would be a successful representation of his graduation, high school graduation, and maybe even college. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I just ran from the parking lot. There must have been some kind of major misunderstanding going on the inside of the school before I arrived, because her words to me as she was walking out and I was walking in were, "Are you that new principal? Well, you look like you can make some changes, and that's what this school needs, but I'm leaving Aristotle, and I wish you luck." And with that, she was teary-eyed, and she got in the car with her young crying kindergarten graduate, and they left. I found out the details going on when I went inside the building and was speaking with other staff members who were laughing at that mother when I walked in. And that was my first impression of Aristotle. The parents were frustrated, and the staff didn't care. So after going in and sitting with each of the members individually, I learned a lot that day, and I learned that the school had an F rating. I learned that only 9% of the teachers at that time were certified. Yes, 9. So I had to let all but 2 of the teachers go, and most of the TAs that day, and needless to say, the staff morale and the students' school spirit went from bad to worse, because I really came in and made a big difference. Later that day, I learned the school did not have enough cash on hand to even make payroll. With only 11 days to go, I called the school's accountant, who invited me to come talk with them about the finances. Tony Porter up at Acadia explained that there were funds available, but they were set to expire if we didn't use them in the next few days. So she spent the next 2 days with me going over every expenditure one by one to see which ones we could appropriately code to the PRC codes. And by the end of the second day, we had taken in over $200,000 of money we were about to lose. We paid the June bills and the payroll and kept on going. So the school also had multiple pending lawsuits at the time and a plethora of non-compliance issues with the state that you could go back and look up. The facility where we were located at that time was not happy with the condition that our students had left it in. And I have to say, the students did not take ownership of their school, and they did not treat that facility, which also happened to be a church, with any kind of respect. To this end, the church had decided not to renew the school's lease and to force the kids out and the staff out. Jason Cole, who's one of our founding board members and still continues to serve on our board, was working at the time to secure a facility over on the edge of town so that the kids could continue to come to APA. Ms. Scott and I went to look at that building one late afternoon in July. We were looking through broken windows and dirty, dusty school, but we were determined that we were going to help those children and the families and APA recover from what had happened. So we said yes. And now we're tired. The next year, 17-18, we worked for 6 months just to settle down the behaviors. We built relationship with each and every students and their mamas and their grandmamas and some of the great-grandmamas who were raising those babies. And we taught them how to respect each other, themselves, and the school. And honestly, it did take till January of 2018 to break through and let those kids know that we loved them, but that we meant business. They learned that if they wanted to be at school, then they had to behave. I used to tell them, you have two B's. You can behave and be here, or don't behave and be home. That was it. But it wasn't until January that we saw a dramatic decrease in suspensions and start to see an increase in student performance. Unfortunately, that year, they still remained a D. That summer, we kept most of the kids in school for the whole summer, just plugging away and trying to improve teaching and learning. When the 2018-19 school year began, we had a solid plan to improve student performance through curriculum planning, data-driven instruction and intervention, and a staff that was 100% certified to teach the area that they were assigned. Fast forward to the end of that year, APA students achieved their highest score in the history and made an overall C rating according to the state end of grade assessments. And if I remember right, it was a 23-point improvement over the last year. We continued on that path and continue to see student improvement in academics in the fall of 2019. Again, on the mid-year assessments, we were hopeful that we would reach a B rating, and we were certain that at a minimum we would achieve high growth and maintain our C rating. In March of 2020, we, like the rest of the world, had the rug yanked out from underneath us, but thanks to Kelly Scott and her quick thinking, we spent that Saturday afternoon and Sunday developing a plan to get APA students back to learning as quickly as possible. By Wednesday of the following week, our staff was teaching daily, our students were attending class through live synchronous lessons, every family had a computer, and we finished the year virtually along with the rest of the world across the globe. Testing was of course canceled, but for the first time we were actually sad about it. We wanted to show off our growth. Had we been able to test that year, I know in my heart we would have made a C, and that would have been 2 out of 3 years testing, and we wouldn't be here today as a low performing school standing in front of you. So for that, we're not happy with COVID either. To minimize student academic loss, we again hosted a full summer school program, invited every child to attend either in person or online. But due to the mass panic at that time, most children opted for online. The challenge then was that students who needed to be there the most were kids who weren't there because their parents weren't home to enforce that they attend. And it seemed like nothing we did was able to entice the students to attend class, and we started losing them. In the fall of 2020, it didn't bring for us much hope because families everywhere were allowed to choose if they wanted to remain virtual or return to class. And with the mass panic among our poorest communities, the children who needed to return were largely the ones who did not. Although we had invested over $100,000 in technology to make synchronous lessons safe from hackers, and we purchased individual Chromebook units for each child, we were still faced with our biggest academic challenges of just students being absent. At the end of the year, we cringed at the thought of testing because most of those students had been largely absent for well over a year by this time, and we knew the performance rating was going to decrease. We were told that we needed at least to have 95% of the students test, and we worked very hard to get that done, even working hard to get the students into school to test that we knew were not going to pass. We were told over and over that that score wouldn't count, but we knew that we would that test was going to make it certain that we were here in front of you again, and we were expecting this to happen. So additionally, we faced with immediate needs at that time over the summer with food and shelter for our students and their families, and we worked with the local churches and donors to keep students fed 3 meals a day and find shelter and housings to keep families from being on the streets. The overwhelming support of local businesses such as the Chick-fil-A I-85 location in Belmont that kept us stocked with they fed our families on Saturdays. They would just bring huge meals and we would take them out on the buses and feed our families. Catawba Heights Baptist Church kept us stocked with canned goods, so we were able to get canned goods to the families. And then we had cash donations from our staff, the community members, and during that summer is also when we connected with Charter One and even members of their team. When they would come in and see what they were doing, they would just empty their pockets. I remember one day they came in and they all emptied their pockets. We had like $570 just money out of their pockets, and we went and finished buying food for that week for the families. So it was more than all of this. It's more than that. But we were unable to retain the children that year to their current grade level, which was one of the biggest blows to APA. At that point, if you remember, it was discouraged to retain a child. So everyone kind of caught wind of that, and we felt like our hands were tied in that area. So even though they had slipped way back academically, we felt we were forced to promote them We knew they weren't ready, and we reached out to Charter One because we knew we needed to connect with somebody who could help provide some resources and a plan that possibly Kelly and I had not thought of yet. So we researched companies who managed schools until we found one that had a similar education philosophy and who would be willing to help a small school who was recovering and provide the support in all the areas that were needed. Charter One representatives came to our campus and listened to much of what I just shared with you. And Mr. Glenway told us that day that he wanted to help APA, and we were elated and began that partnership in July of 2021. Since then, Charter One has brought support in every area from finance, human resources, and human capital. They have helped to replicate a successful staffing model that they've proven that works in their other schools. And we're seeing increased student engagement and morale throughout our school right now, even with the Raise Values program. We are seeing students take genuine pride in their school and in their performance. They are respectful to their peers and accountable for their actions. This does not mean that they're perfect and that no one has been suspended, but it does mean that they've stopped blaming others for their actions and that they're becoming more responsible for their own behavior and their own academic performance. Each student now has a Raise binder where they have their own data recorded along with their educational goals for the year. We just hosted parent conferences last month where children explained these binders to their parents and shared their current levels and their annual goals. Each child understands where they are and where we are as a school and what we need to do to be successful. The students are striving to improve and the school's overall performance. Ms. Kelly Scott is online, I believe, and I would like to let her share with you just a moment with our reality and our next steps. Ms. Scott, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. If we can go ahead and click to the next slide, that would be great. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Scott, and I am the current director at Aristotle Preparatory Academy. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board today. As Charlie stated, when she and I arrived at Aristotle in 2017, the school's academic performance grade was an F, and student behavior was out of control. We worked really hard to establish relationships and get the discipline under control. And as you can see from the data in front of you, it took us a solid year to get the behavior under control and to begin to address the academic deficiencies. When the 2018-2019 school year approached, we felt that we had successfully implemented and established what we referred to as the 3 R's: relationships, relevance, and rigor. With our focus on the 3 R's, all of our students' efforts were rewarded when our students received an academic performance grade of C in the summer of 2019. This was an outstanding moment for Aristotle, so Charlie and I celebrated for about 2 minutes, and then we turned our focus to the success and obstacles we had encountered and how we could continue to improve academic performance and close the achievement gap. Next slide, please. Besides focusing on teaching the curriculum with fidelity, we felt our number one success was our ability to use our data to successfully drive our interventions. Along with NWEA MAP, we began to disaggregate and heavily use our NC check-in data to drive instruction. This slide depicts our pre-COVID NC check-in reading formative data for 4th and 5th grade. NC check-ins and readings were not available for 3rd grade at this time. In both 4th and 5th grade, our students showed an upward trend in proficiency in reading. Next slide, please. This slide depicts our pre-COVID NC check-in math formative data for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And again, our students were showing an upward trend in math as well. With our internal formative assessment data trending upward in reading and math, we were confident that we were on the right track to achieve high growth and maintain our C rating, and very hopeful of achieving a B rating. Next slide, please. Then COVID hit, and this is our current reality. Our overall reading proficiency in grades 3rd through 7th is 28.2%, with our lowest grade level proficiency of 15% in 3rd grade, and our highest grade level proficiency of 37% in 7th grade. Next slide, please. Our current overall math proficiency is 37.5%. Our lowest grade level proficiency of 18% is in 7th grade, and our highest grade level proficiency of 57.9% is in both 3rd and 4th grade. Next slide, please. Faced with our current reality in math and reading, these are our next steps. We're going to just start over. We have to hit a hard reset. This is a situation that we have faced before, and we are up to the challenge. Currently, we are working on reestablishing discipline expectations using our raised values to build relationships with each child. Our PLCs will meet twice per week to review academic data and address deficiencies. We are also working on adding a full-time instructional coach using ESSER II and ESSER III funds. This instructional coach will ensure proper planning and pacing to meet the needs of our students, as well as cover all NC standards. Also, to help with building relationships, we have added a part-time counselor using PRC 170 funds to support social emotional needs. And we are also looking to add before and after school tutoring support in the 2nd semester using PRC 169 funds. The staff at APA is determined to not let the EOG scores of 2020 define who we are. Our commitment to closing the achievement gap and to serve our students and family is stronger than ever. So thank you for your time, and Charlie, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Kelly. So this is what we've done, this is where we've been, this is what's happened, and this is where we are. We know we have work to do, and the staff, the board, and the students are committed to continue to do the school's work, the work that's needed to reach the school's goal of C or better this year on the end of grade test scores. The parents are in support of the teachers, and they understand what's at stake. Like Kelly said, we either start over or we quit. And that's going to be, I guess, up to you guys, what you allow us to do. But APA is up for charter renewal, and in that process, we expect much more in-depth conversation with this board and with our board as we go through the details of the renewal process. While we've never worked harder and got poorer results, we're not giving up, and we'll proudly share the most intricate details of our students, families, and staff of APA and how hard they are working to make the school better during the renewal process. We'll share the long-range plans for a new school through the support of Schoolhouse Development and Charter One Management. We'll share how the school support of a larger network will allow our teachers to plan lessons and collaborate with other teachers within the Charlotte area who are on their same grade level. We'll share the details of how the instructional coach is meeting with teachers every single week to plan and support effective instruction in the classrooms. We'll share how the members of the Charter One are present in the school weekly to ensure the success of each department, including the Exceptional Children's Department. With the passing of time, we understand that APA will need to make a C or better the next 2 years to be considered free of this continually low-performing label that feels like the scarlet letter. We are not discouraged, though. We keep continuing to press forward to our goals that are in front of us. We can't help what the repercussions of COVID have done to our school, but we are more than determined to reach the high marks that we set out to reach in 2017. Our students have proven that they can do it. We expect them to do it, and we know that they will. So we look forward to working with you through the renewal process, and I do appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Any questions?
I don't have a question. I would just reiterate what we said this morning, or I said to the group this morning, just appreciate the candor in the challenges that lie ahead and what you've already accomplished. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that. The things you're saying are not, you know, we're hearing those in other places. I'm living them, so I know exactly what you're saying. But you have a plan, and I think it's a plan that's going to work. You just have to work it.
Thank you.
And I'll say, it might not be popular, but I'll say that I've worked in school systems where they're not held to the standard of 2 years of low performance in a row that shuts their doors, and that hanging over top of you like a cloud, the stress you don't need. So, you know, it sounds like you guys have a positive energy about you and a good plan, and I wish you guys the best of luck. I feel your passion.
Well, Kelly and I were talking this weekend. She was at the school till 9:30 Friday night. She was leaving the school at 7 o'clock last night. And I said, well, my dad's a pastor, and he had a message one time about 3 Hebrew boys. I don't know if y'all are religious, but he preached about 3 Hebrew boys and how when they had to bow, they either had to go in the fire or whatever. And he said if there was any quid in them, that's when they would have found it right there, you know. And I said, Kelly, I said, we're about to go in the fire, but if there was any quid in us, this is probably where you would find it. But I don't know how to quit. I wish I did, because sometimes my chest hurts. I wish I could say whatever, see ya, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how you walk away from kids and just say you don't matter, go back to wherever you came from. Because one thing I remember a parent telling me a long time ago in 2018 was that, let me get this right, their worst day at Aristotle was still 10 times better than their best day in that central school in Charlotte. What am I supposed to do with that? I'm like, well, okay, let's start again tomorrow. But I mean, the kids are amazing. I would invite all of you to come down. If you're in the Charlotte area, call us. We would love to host you one day.
Well, as the daughter of a preacher, that you know was it Luke? To whom much is given, much is expected.
Yes.
And we can certainly see that.
Have I been
You honor
told that?
that.
Yes. So I don't
Well,
know.
thank you. We
Is
look
this where I
forward-
say thank you and sit down?
We look forward to seeing you at renewal.
Yes, I'll be back. Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ms. Turner, we have a very special esteemed guest with us that has served on CSAB and everything was called for a long, long time. And we want to recognize Mr. Joe Mamoni. We have a plaque here that we failed to give him when he left. So, Joe.
Quite honored. Really miss sitting in the seat with some of these great folks here. It's really great to see so many smiling faces here again. And I'll make it a point to be at a few more meetings just to get some good smiles from everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe. We
Thank you.
are greatly appreciated.
We miss you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Well, that was so cool.
Yeah.
How convenient. That was really cool.
It's like CSAP Hall of Fame back there.
It really is.
Known Joe a long time.
Was Greg ever on it? Was Greg ever on it?
No.
Joe, that picture didn't come good.
That's because I was sorry.
David, do we have?
Get one with Dave.
Yeah, get one, David.
Dave, get
I would
one.
love Dave in it too. We go back to 1997.
Yeah.
You guys
Hey,
want to
Joe.
get in a picture with me?
Oh, please.
We have everybody
I
up.
want to.
Yeah, get up in there, please.
Lynn, will you put the,
Joe goes back to day one. And those of
Please,
us,
yes,
the rest of us who were doing it.
Even you guys, come on.
Oh, we're all doing it? You can get up closer, Stephen.
Well, I'm not gonna get in between the camera feed.
Jen?
I think we don't need to show my backside too. Joe already broke Dave's camera, I don't need to.
Exactly right.
all right, here we go. We're not. And, there we go, all right. Great. Do you want to get one, Dave?
All right.
Yes, yes.
Actually, yeah, I'll take a picture. Oh, no, I'm good.
You get.
All right, here we go. 2, 3. Great.
It's great to see you, Joe. Good to see you. Yeah, we do. That's real.
Stay out of trouble, man.
Bye, Joe. It's good to see you.
Bye-bye.
See you.
We could try that, sure.
I've asked the thumbs to turn the projector back on. I don't know what happened.
We can see the slide deck.
Oh, you guys can see
Yeah,
it?
we can see that, and I got it up on my computer.
Oh,
Yes, we
perfect.
have
Okay,
it.
and you can kind of see it there.
And I can kind of see it there, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, good afternoon. My name is Tim Hogemeyer. I'm Deputy General Counsel for the State Board and also for the Department of Public Instruction. And it's my pleasure today to do a presentation on ethics. So we're going to cover the public records law, open meetings law, and board member conduct. It's a little tough following such collegiality and honoring with maybe a more dry topic, but I'll try to do my best here. A little about myself. I was General Counsel of the State Auditor's Office for 12 years, and now, as I mentioned, I'm here at DPI and the State Board. And some of the responsibilities that have been given to me, we've divided up amongst the legal staff, is ethics. So that's why I'm here to present to you. All right, so we'll start by looking at public records. And that is covered in the General Statutes, Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. Public records, as you can see, the definition is documents, papers, anything tangible, although we'll get into it, there's some things that aren't tangible that deal with the conduct of public business. So made or received in the conduct of public business. And you can see that those terms are stressed there, and we'll pull that apart a little bit. So other examples are, most of the time, this isn't a hard and fast rule, but most of the time the public records that we're going to be looking at and that would involve you are going to be your communication. They're going to be emails, texts, whatnot that you send back and forth. And those that, that slide talks about, the next slide, talks about, gives some examples of the conduct of business you may be doing that would fall under public records. Policies, directives, meeting agendas, correspondence, messages, anything that is where you're making decisions and conducting business. And then just in summary, in sum, the public record can be defined as, and you can go to the next slide, any document, recorded communications, letters, text, emails, including the metadata of those emails, that is sent or received in the transaction of public business. Those are what is considered public records. So I honed in earlier on sent or received because it doesn't have to be just communication between you all. If you receive communication from anyone and it's part of, because you're on the board and it's about board business, that would also be considered public record. But also pointed out in the conduct of board business, because if you happen to have your email open and you text your spouse and say, can you pick up milk on the way home, that's not public record because you're not conducting business. All right. So let's look a little bit about what isn't public record. I think that's the slide that's up. So communication from an attorney when it has to do with a matter before you, a litigation matter before you, tax records, trade secrets, anything that reveals an account information, financial account information, settlement information for in a lawsuit, information technology, security, criminal investigation, medical records, most personnel records. Those are not necessarily, that list is just is from the law, but it's not necessarily everything that you're going to be dealing with on a day-to-day basis. But I do want to stress these two issues, just to explain a little bit more in depth. The written communication from an attorney. So a public attorney doesn't enjoy quite as much attorney-client privilege protection as a private attorney. So if you contact me or anyone member of the legal staff, your question to us is not necessarily protected. It could be released in a public record request. But our answer to you is protected. So any answers, advice we give to you is protected from a public records request. And then that last point on there, the basic personnel information. So the state personnel law, and then also the law that pertains to secondary education, very, very similar. And there's a list in the law of things that are public record within a personnel file, and they are simple things such as name, your salary, last time you were promoted, things of that nature. But everything else in a personnel record is not a public record. And I should also point out that for the definition of a personnel record, it doesn't mean necessarily like a manila file where things are put in and everything in there is. It could be somewhere else within the office and dealing with a personnel matter, and that would be considered part of a personnel record. So it could even be communication in an email that never reaches that file, and that is considered part of the personnel record. All right, well, let's look at it a little closer for schools. So, and this is probably more applicable to the things that you all will be looking at. So student files, former students, student PII, any of those things you see listed there are things that are not public record and are protected. All right, so in sum, with public records, just a rule of thumb for you all to think about is if it doesn't have to do with public business, if it has to do with an investigation, a personnel matter, or advice from an attorney, and or it has to do with a student, then it is likely not a public record. All right, so who can access public records? The easy answer is anybody. Anyone can make a public records request. And the agency that receives the request doesn't have to, we're not allowed to ask what their purpose is. They just make the request and we do our best to fulfill it. And it must be fulfilled within a reasonable amount of time. And it's, the law is written in such a way that it speaks at first to coming in and inspecting those records, but modernly with everything electronically, we send those records to them in a format, that electronic format. All right, so that's a lot of background, but the next slide is just talking about the protocols for public records, and this is maybe more what you need to try to remember. So if you receive a public records request, I think generally speaking, public records requests are going to come to the board, they're going to come to DPI, but every once in a while you may get a citizen reach out right to you and say, I want this public record. And if that's the case, what you just need to remember is to forward that request to DPI Communications. And then what DPI Communications staff will do is they'll get busy finding the different places where this information may be. Because generally speaking, the requests will come in sort of broad. They'll say, I want these 10 people's emails or anything, any communication on this topic between these dates. And that's a pretty broad broad search that would need to be made. So then DPI staff would go to the different locations where that would be and would pull that information and we would provide it to the requester. And it has to be done in a reasonable amount of time. And of course, reasonable amount of time is in the eye of the beholder, but I can tell you we do our best to do it as quickly as possible. All right, so some considerations. Verbal information is not public record. Someone can't come and say, well, I want to know what you talked to so-and-so about. Well, that is your business. But if it happens to be recorded somewhere, then that becomes a public record. So I say that for two reasons mainly. One is, if you want to keep something confidential, have a conversation. That's a good way to keep it confidential. If it is a recorded conversation, either in a text or an email, or somehow, like we're recording this, it's recorded, then that becomes public record. Also, if your personal information is commingled in a document that is also a public record, which is for business, then the communication staff and the legal staff will do our best to redact what's personal. Like the world doesn't need to know that you requested request to get milk on the way home, we'll redact that. Or if you have other personal information, we'll do our best to redact it. But just know that we have to release the document in a redacted format, and that's not always going to happen perfectly. So, best thing to do is just keep personal and business related things separate. And creating records. The one really good thing about this law, and I guess there's many good things about the law, but we don't have to create a record just because someone requested it. We don't have to go and create a spreadsheet that doesn't already exist. We don't have to compile data in such a way just at the whim of those who ask for it. Now, if we have it already in that format or similar to that format, then we'll release it. But we do not have to create any special documents for that. Let's see. Oh, and just a final consideration. If you have any questions, just please reach out to the legal staff. I would be more than happy to answer any questions. I know the other attorneys who serve you more directly and more regularly would be absolutely happy to answer those questions. And please just reach out to us. All right, let's move on to open meetings. That's handled in Chapter 143 of the General Statutes. And an open meeting, a meeting is open to the public if it's a public meeting. Well, that sounds redundant, doesn't it? If it's a public body is meeting, then it's open to the public. And a public body is defined pretty broadly. It's any authority, board, commission, committee, council, or other body of state or local government. So you are a board, which is under the auspices of the state board, and that is a public body, and so you are also a public body. And other examples of public bodies underneath the state board are the Textbook Commission and Professional Standards, Preparations, and Standards Commission. All right, so we know what a public body is. Well, what's a meeting? It's any time a majority of that board gets together and is going to decide public business. And on that slide, a couple examples of what you would be going over in order to make it a public meeting. And it doesn't matter where, when, any of that, as long as you're conducting that public business, then that, if a majority are together, then that's considered a public meeting and would be subject to open records law. Now, if you all decide to have a holiday party and you have it at a restaurant, that is fine, and that is not that's not a public meeting. But if you were to conduct any type of business there, it would have to be subject to that. So if it's just collegiality and wishing well wishes for the holidays, not open to the public. But if you should make a decision to conduct any kind of business, then it would be open to the public. All right. All right, so what are the things that have to be done for a public meeting? And most of these things I'm confident Ashley takes care of, and you all don't have to concern yourselves with, but this just lets you know so you can be aware of what's going on. So public meetings need to be noticed, and the time frame of how long in advance that notice is depends upon the type of meeting. Your regular scheduled meetings, I believe, are just noticed continually on your website. I'd imagine, like you put out a schedule at the beginning of the year, and it's known well ahead of time. If you have to have an emergency meeting or a non-regular meeting, a special meeting, then those would need to be noticed at least 48 hours in advance. And the other requirement is that minutes are taken. So minutes can be either written or a video recording of this webinar would count as minutes. Now, every once in a while you might need to go into a closed session, I believe, and that's the next slide. And a closed session has to start within a regular or a regular meeting that's been properly noticed, and you go into a closed session meeting in order to discuss certain things that are confidential in general. They can be attorney-client privilege matters, it can be personnel matters, contract-related matters, things of that nature. All right, and if a public body doesn't properly conduct its meetings and doesn't give proper notice and doesn't have everything in place like the quorum and whatnot, then there are some things that are remedies for someone who doesn't like what you may have decided at that meeting, and they're injunctive, or they could even to the level of invalidating the decision that was made at a meeting. I'm confident that Ashley and Dave would never let something like that get to that point, but that's just the information that for your informational purposes. All right, the next slide has two slides have some resources that I understand this deck will be available to you, so you can refer to that for resources later if you need to. And we can go on to ethics and conduct. So you all, by virtue of being on this board, are members of, or are covered persons by the State Ethics Act. So therefore you would fall under the State Ethics Act. But there are other policies and acts that fall under as well. The first one I'm mentioning here is the State Board Conflicts of Interest Policy, and it applies to all the state boards, the board itself, and also the subcommittees of the board. And we'll go through kind of quickly what that entails, because I don't need to read the slides for you, but it just means you need to comply with all applicable laws, and you have a fiduciary responsibility to the state board, so your actions taken need to be have that in mind. You should not use your position for private gain, however that might be. And any activity that might create a conflict of interest should be avoided, or it's prohibited. And in addition, any appearance of a conflict of interest should be avoided as well. The board is to be strictly nonpartisan, and that doesn't mean that as individuals you can't have opinions and can't express those opinions to some degree. But as a board, you can't take stances for particular candidates, for particular partisan, trying to think of the best way to put that, because you will make decisions at a board, but you can't go and endorse a candidate or something of that nature. And if you do realize that, this week's or this month's agenda is going to have a conflict of interest for me, or at least appearance of conflict of interest, make that aware to the board chair. You can do that whenever the ethics statement is read at the beginning of your meetings, or if at any time during the meeting you realize, oh wow, it just dawned on me this could be a conflict of interest. It's okay, just pause, mention to the chair. Legal counsel who is here may be able to make a quick judgment on that, and if can't make a quick judgment on that, then you can recuse from that particular decision. All right, and unresolved conflicts of interest could result in removal from the board. And this last slide is just a statement that you all have heard probably multiple times. That's what's read at the beginning of your meetings, and then if you, it's a good time at that point to reveal any conflict you may have. And I know you get the agendas ahead of time. If you have any questions prior to that and want to ask questions to the legal staff, we're all welcome to look at that and advise on what our opinion, if that is a conflict of interest, and whether you need to mention that or not. All right, so the next standard of conduct policy is State Board Policy 4, and it's Standards of Conduct Policy, and it also applies to your board. And it just says that highest standards of personal integrity, truthfulness, and honesty and fortitude is what you should all be striving for. Avoid actions that are create a conflict of interest. And you're not to solicit any favors, meals, travel, etc. by position of your board. Now, there are definitely exceptions to that, and they similarly mirror the exceptions within the state ethics law. It doesn't, if it's already, it's a family member or a longstanding family friend who just happens to be in a position that would, might cause a conflict of interest, and it's customary for you to receive a Christmas card for them, a Christmas gift, go to their house for dinner and drinks, you can continue doing that. That is fine. You can accept certain honors and awards. You can receive reasonable compensation for secondary employment that has been you've let the board know about and it's been approved. Also, you can receive travel, meals, etc. when you're going for board business and education related to that board business. And let's see, we can go to additional resources. All right, so additional resources that, from the ones I've already presented are myself, certainly offer up myself to answer any questions you may have now or later on. There's also you can reach out to the North Carolina Ethics Commission. You can refer to their advisory opinions, or you can reach out to them yourselves if you have a question concerning how your proposed action might be affected by the State Ethics Act. And there are other statutes, bribery, benefits for public contracts, gifts in favor. If you have a particular situation you think may be affected by those, please reach out to me or one of the other legal staff, and we can help you navigate those. So that is the presentation. I would love to entertain any questions you may have. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about reasonable time.
Yes.
Still, is there a number of days or hours that you would suggest that would be a very good, reasonable amount of time to respond to public records requests?
That's a great question. I really can't, and here's the reason. Because some requests may be very specific and directed, and we could answer it in a couple of hours because it's so specific and small. Others may take pulling up large amounts of data and then reviewing by a legal team to make sure nothing's confidential within it, and it could take weeks or months to pull that up. So the reasonableness would depend upon the set of facts and set of circumstances. Recently had one that was in the tens of thousands of emails, and that just took months to go through properly. So it really just is facts and circumstances.
But is that told to the person who's requesting?
Yes, ma'am. We do keep in regular and appropriate communication with the person requesting, and we also try to, if it's a request as big as I just described, we gave it to them piecemeal. When it had been, parts of it had been gone through by legal staff, we would give it to them, and that I think they liked that we did that for them, and I think that shows good faith and that we were trying to be reasonable.
Now, I've seen some public records that were parts of it were redacted, not pertaining to this particular board, but in another situation. And I'm wondering, is the person who's submitting the public records, are they supposed to redact or allowed to redact?
So,
and it may not be personal information.
Sure. So how redaction works, and then you can tell me whether I answer your question. So how redaction works in our process is the request comes in, the appropriate communication staff or IT staff pulls the universe of what we believe falls within the request. Then that goes to legal staff or maybe audit staff, depending upon the nature of what's been requested. We look through it, we identify what needs to be redacted. Then the communication staff redacts what we identified for them, and then it's sent to the requester.
That's a good process in this case, but Anyway, I know you're just here for that, but thanks for that.
You're absolutely, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Something redacted.
So I've asked this before. I think you and I may have even talked about this, but I still have this question. So, in terms of recusing oneself, I'll personalize it. I'm the head of a school with a board that does not have any attachment with any EMO or CMO. But one of my board members does. That board member happens to be an employee of an EMO. Is it required that I recuse myself anytime any business presented before this committee that is associated with that EMO is presented? I personally have no connection to that EMO. My employer as the board collectively is not attached to the EMO, but a member of the board.
Member of your board, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's these 3 degrees of separation. How far does this?
Sure.
Yeah.
And I welcome Stephanie or any other attorney may be here to weigh in, but that would be an appropriate recusal for that board member at your board, but that doesn't attach to you when you come here, because just because your board has someone affiliated with a CMO, it would not affect your decisions here, in my opinion.
But would that be perceived?
Yeah, I'm surprised by that because I
Yeah,
have
it
been
perceived.
kind of informed that I should be recusing anytime that EMO has business before. Anytime there's a school that's affiliated with that EMO.
Why couldn't that board member that's a part of the EMO say, we sure would appreciate your support in the next CSAD meeting and trying to get this school passed that we currently represent? I mean, I guess that's what you're getting at, is the appearance that someone could do that.
All right, so let me see if I, again, understand this correctly. So you're coming from a school, and this board, your board has a member that
works for an EMO.
Works for an EMO.
That EMO has nothing to do with my school, other than the fact that I have a board member who works for it. Do I, as a member of this board, have to recuse myself simply because I have a board member that works for an organization? I mean, again, there's where's this degree of separation? If my board member worked for an accounting firm that this school was going to use, I mean, it's
A little different.
So I again don't believe it would, but what I can do for you is I will double check what I've told you here and report back to y'all.
be great, thank you. The other question I have is, and this doesn't necessarily deal with CSAP per se, but I've dealt with this at my school. Anyone's allowed to make a public information request, and really for any purpose. But at what point, is there a point at which the public information, the volume of public information requests coming in, really isn't for the information, but more to do just to keep someone busy? Without going into details, I would just say I've got a situation where probably 95% of all the public information requests that I receive comes from one individual.
Mm-hmm.
There comes a point where it's really not about getting the information. You know what I mean?
And I know exactly what you mean. We can't ask what the person's reason is, but we certainly can surmise, and we often believe it's for harassment purposes or just stopping up the wheels of a board or of an agency. But we nonetheless just do our best to provide it. Yes, ma'am.
I'm done. Yeah.
Can a person from Florida request public records from an entity in North Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
And what good would that do that person? other than trying to be a devil's advocate, possibly?
You know, I don't know. Maybe they have some connection in North Carolina, some, you know, any unlimited reasons they may want that.
But it's legal.
Pardon me?
But it's legal.
It is
Doesn't
legal,
matter
yes,
the
ma'am.
state from-
We had someone do that with I think it was a textbook firm that was trying to find out, did public requests of a bunch of charter schools to find out where people were, how they were going through the process and was it legitimate of how textbooks were being selected. So yeah, I think that was out of Texas. We had to do that for that.
Well, that brings up a good point that I didn't touch on during the presentation. So textbook, you mentioned, is a procurement process, and so there's the textbook selection and purchasing process, and there's normal procurement processes. Those are also not public records at certain phases of the procurement process. And then once the procurement process is done, then they become public record.
One more.
Certainly, ma'am, no problem.
Suppose this person from Florida or entity requests public records, and then they tell you the format in which they want it, and give an example of another entity in North Carolina who uses that format that they have requested. Thinking back to what you said, if it's not in the form that you already have, you don't have to abide by their wish. So let's say this firm has asked for it to be in a certain format. You don't have to reply, do you?
Well, I would reply and let them know the situation, that we don't have in that format and the law doesn't require us to produce in that format. I wouldn't just leave someone hanging. We would reply.
I'd turn that
But you
over
don't
to-
have to report
Not in their form.
the public record
We do not have to produce a public record in that case.
at all.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much. Being so attentive at this somewhat dry topic. And I will certainly get back to you and confirm the questions that were asked with that hypothetical. All right.
Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, Tim.
Take care.
All right. Dr. Cooper, are you on the line? I see her on there. Shonda?
She obviously didn't want ethics training.
Are you all able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, yep.
Okay, perfect.
All right, let me just pull up your presentation real quick.
Thank you.
The presentation you're getting ready to see from Dr. Cooper is per the request of the State Board of Ed. When they approved the last renewal cycle, they asked us to do a deep dive or audit into our renewal process and to report to the board. So Dr. Cooper and her team has been working on this for quite some time, and we were able to make the presentation to the State Board next month so we can show it to you first. So again, what you're getting ready to see is a presentation that Dr. Cooper and her team have been working on probably for about 6 months now.
Thank you so much, Dave, for that introduction. And again, thank you, board, for allowing me time on the agenda today. As Mr. Machado said, this is a presentation that we will move forward to State Board. But this time, we want to make sure that we share it with you so that you have time to have input. If you would look into the folder that's been provided for you, I've put together a copy of the slideshow so that you have it. And also, you have a list of exhibits for SBE that's going to be presented during their presentation. And they're at the bottom, you'll see where it says notes and feedback. Please feel free. This is totally an opportunity for you to give your opinion and also add anything that you would like on the notes page so that we know how to go in and adjust the presentation if necessary. Okay, so at the end, just leave the notes sheet there, and they'll be taken up by one of our team members, and I'll review those, and our team will go back and look at it and put in any information that maybe is suggested for the presentation. All right, so Ashley, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you again, Ashley, for running the presentation. This is probably very familiar for you all. It's the purpose of why we even have charter school renewals. And again, the purpose there, renewing a charter school is continue to operate. If the school wants to continue to operate as a charter school, they must go through the renewal process. You can go to the next slide. Perfect. So because we know there may be an audience that is not as familiar as the Charter School Advisory Board is with our processes and how we handle the renewal process, we do have key terms here. You can review these terms. I think one of the bigger ones is LEA. We often say LEA, for example, local educational agency. Someone may not know what LEA means, but we throw it around, we use it a lot, so we know. But these terms just there to make sure everyone is well informed throughout the presentation of the language that we're using. So legislation, the charter renewal process is now in rules, and this is a screenshot of what that policy is, what that legislation is. And we just want to make sure that we make that public notice to everyone who's viewing the presentation at the time. And again, we have general statute. We have 115C-218.5. It's what everyone is really familiar with about the renewal process and those particulars around being renewed. When it's time for a charter school to be renewed, these are the three major components that are considered. A charter school so a school can come up for 10 years, but there are other components that would get them to a place that's less than 10 years, which is the school has not provided a financially sound audit in the immediate preceding 3 years. A charter school's student academic outcomes for the immediate preceding 3 years have not been comparable to the academic outcomes of the local school administration, or a charter school at the time of the request of the charter is substantially non-compliant. And so those are the three areas that you all as a board always look at when you're talking about the renewal of a school and what those term agreements are going to be. So now we'll get into the process. If we move to the next slide. Entering the process. And again, I'm not sure that we've ever been going into the details of how a school gets in, what the full process is. So for a school to enter the renewal process, they must seek, the board of that school must seek the opportunity to enter the process by sending us a letter that says we would like to renew. That letter must be signed by the board chair, and the school should also be prepared to pay a $500 non-refundable fee to enter the renewal process. Once they've done that, they come into the process and they take the training, and then they enter into the self-study. So that is how a school enters the renewal process. We often talk about there being a dual process. This is a 2-year process, and at all times, there are 2 renewal groups going at one time. You have cohort 1 and you have cohort 2. So for example, right now, you have 41 schools who just entered the renewal process. They have just taken the training 2 weeks ago. But you also have the schools that are coming before you to be discussed in December, and that's 27 schools. So a total, you have 41 schools in one cycle, 27 schools in another cycle. One is on the way out for decision, and one is entering the process of going through the site visits, and we have to review all of their self-studies. So it's always 2 cycles going at one time. So let's take a closer look at what that looks like. It's been broken down between quarters. From August to December, cohort 1 is going through these particular activities. They are getting their training. They're going through the renewal self-study process. Those processes have to be reviewed. In the event that the work that's submitted is not adequate, we will send those items back to them so they are sufficient and they are standalone items, meaning the self-study needs to be a standalone document. We should be able to read it on our own without the school being present to understand what's happening with the school, okay? And so in that process, not only are we reading the self-study, but as the consultant who's handling renewals and the team, we also have to read the original applications to make sure that there's alignment between what the school says they're doing and what the initial mission of the school was, to make sure that they're actually being aligned with what they said they were going to do, okay? So they'll also turn in their $500 at the end of the year. And the renewal team will start to develop those visit protocols and decide, okay, what school are we going to and what date? All of that happens. We also have compliance meetings regarding these schools, and that would be the first. That would be the initial compliance meeting for that school, okay? So let's move on to the next slide. And then from January to June, we have those renewal site visits to actually take place, and compliance meetings again. Once again, compliance meetings are not held only one time for renewal cohort. They're held quarterly and they're continuous until that cohort is off into your docket of decision making. By the time we come to you, we have met about them a couple of times and we've laid on the table, not only for the school, but for you, any compliance issues that may be had there, okay? Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. So for cohort 2, what is happening between August and December? If I'm going too fast, please slow me down. I don't mind if you ask questions in between. But for cohort 2, between August and December, we sometimes, when we have large groups, like the group we had for this cohort, we have to continue site visits into the fall. We are very careful to not go into schools during testing time. So we stop all of our visits on May 1st to allow for EOG testing, which means sometimes we have to pick up later in the fall to continue those prior to the CSAB presentation. So sometimes meetings site visits are continued. Compliance team meetings are held in the month of September prior to the October report. And of course, as a consultant, as a renewal team, we communicate with schools during that time to make sure they understand anything that's on the table, anything that's going to be discussed about them, they know before we come to you with the presentation. So the annual report is typically done in October. Because we have the audit this year, we have moved that presentation to December, but it is typical. We have always done the renewal presentation in October. This is an exceptional year because of the audit. So between those times, again, in August and December, you all hear from schools, and you also have schools to come to you and report. If for some reason they do not fall within the 10-year section of the guidelines, you allow any schools from 7-year to 3-year or even non-renew to present to you within the month of December prior to you making your recommendations. Okay, so that's where we are with that. And do you all have any questions thus far before I keep going? I feel like I'm going a little fast. Good to go? Okay, Ashley, next slide. And from January to June is pretty much what I like to call or tell the cohorts to consider a waiting period. It is where the State Board of Ed reviews your recommendations You all may receive from them a requirement to come before them and make some kind of changes, or maybe not. They may accept every recommendation, but schools just have a waiting period where, you know, state board has a chance to review on the first month, and then they take action on the second month. And typically, we usually have a decision and new charter agreements coming out within the month of March or April. Okay? I honestly am very, very proud of our team. COVID hit everybody hard, and we didn't know it was coming. No one could have ever seen this coming. But one thing that's for sure, the renewal process did not take a hit. We kept going without missing a beat. We developed a virtual process, and the modifications were just right on target. And we kept going. We didn't miss anyone. And so very proud of the virtual modifications. One of the things that we made different, so usually there's a tour of the school. Well, our school leaders, so proud of them, they took this as an opportunity to stretch themselves and see how good of a walkthrough video they could do. Some of them are very, very good, and some of them are like, hey, I'm a little nervous, but they did it. And because of that, we were able to keep our process going and to maintain what's required per statute in our process. Do you want to go to the next slide? So we basically used WebEx as a smooth transitional way of keeping up with our meetings. We created virtual rooms versus parents coming in and out of the classroom to meet with us. We created a virtual room where school leaders just gave out the password or the code and they came in and out. Also, again, the walkthroughs are fantastic, and it kind of gave us more insight than what we would see if we were physically walking through the building. All right, so here's where we get into your recommendations to general renewal guidelines and what things actually play into the outcome of renewal charter agreements and the terms of their contracts. We have academic data, financial compliance, and governance compliance. Those are the three major factors that we discuss at every renewal meeting, and that's what plays into your decision as a board on how you want to award charter agreement terms. This is an overview because we're just giving you a snippet of the schools that have been reviewed, but for cohort 2020, this is a map of how we spread out. This shows you exactly how many visits we had to do, what locations we were in to get this process completed. Now, if you look at the next slide, you all are very familiar with this. It's the general renewal guidelines, 10-year, 7-year, 5-year, 3-year, and non-renewal. What you're going to see next is how the outcome, you're going to see the outcome of each of these guidelines being applied to a school. The names have been removed because, this is about process and not about a particular school. But these are real outcomes that we actually had in 2020. The only difference is the names and identifying information has been removed from the schools. So our first school is a 10-year. Obviously, this school has been on target. If you look in the comps area, which is highlighted in gold, they have done very well and they have exceeded growth. They are a B school. They're doing very well. That is a 10-year school. Now, if we look at the 7-year requirements, it's close, but they miss in comps, maybe a year off. So as you look at what the requirements are for the 7-year, when we take a look at the next slide, you will see the difference in the schools. Okay, so you can see this is a C school. They met growth in 18-19, but they did not meet growth in 17-18. You can see the difference in the schools. They have comps that are comparable for 2 out of 3 years, but on that 3rd year, they were way off. And that's what landed them in the 7-year category of the guidelines.
Dave, can I ask a question real quick? Sure. Just looking at this data and looking ahead, and listening to a few of the schools talk this morning, myself also including the conversation, the impact COVID's had on test data for the lab, how's that gonna be factored into renewal?
That is a great question. And I'm sorry, who am I speaking with?
This is John Eldridge.
Hi, thank you. So this is a concern that we have as well. Last year, we faced the same challenge. And the fact is, we're working with data that is now going on 3 years old, and we do not have an answer to that. What we have encouraged schools to do throughout this process, schools that are now coming up, we've asked them to please keep as much of the formative data as they can, or data that they're using within their school that's supported by the state, so that if and when they come before the board, they have something to show. But we do not have a way of making up state data that is supported, and we can't very well, just say, hey, this was 3 years ago, you're still doing this, right? So it's problematic, and we have acknowledged that.
That answer your question, Dr. Evans? We understand that, as Dr. Cooper said, that we are looking at old data, and then the data we got from last year was during a pandemic year. So when we make a recommendation to CSAB of where we feel like these schools should fall in, we're going to do our best to take that in consideration. We would hope you would do the same, and we certainly would hope State Board of Ed would do the same. Last year, we had to present some schools that were in the same situation, because the difference is this year might even be at more of a disadvantage, because the data you had left that we had from last year was not good at all. What we voted on last year, there was no data. So I think no data was better than bad data. So we made the recommendation to CSAB, we made the recommendation to State Board that anybody that qualified for a 3, we recommend a 5, because we kind of want to hold them harmless. But we also are looking into things. Has there been a lot of turnover in that school? Is there a lot of board turnover? Those non-academic things, we're probably going to look at a little more to see, are we talking about a stable school, or are we talking about a school that has so much turnover in there?
Are those metrics weighted? Like something gets a little bit more of a look than data right now, or is it all 1 for 1?
It's not weighted, but that could be your decision too. So.
For maybe just a temporary. I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt that.
No, that's good. Great question.
Because I looked ahead to try and see if that was ever mentioned in there. I didn't want to disrupt it, but.
No, I think, and to your point, we are in the audit process of the renewal process, right? So to your point, if that's something that we're going to look at, again, on that sheet, when we talk about moving forward and how we write things out and what's going to be required, those kinds of thoughts and comments, please put on the sheet, because it's very valuable to understand or to know what the thought process is for the board about that. If you know that you want to know about turnover, then that needs to be written down. Let's put a focus on that. So this is totally a time for those questions and those comments, because that's the purpose of doing the audit, so that we can see what's being done very well and see where we can tighten up things, or if there are any holes that we can fill in to make the process better. Okay? So I do thank you for that comment. And thank you, Dave, for following up.
Well, the other thing is that how we got into this report was that we chose to look at it because of the data that was missing. We said, well, a 3-year renewal is a waste of time, because we're going to look at the exact same data. Because it's a 2-year process, we're going to look at the exact same data, and the State Board didn't understand that at all, and that's how we got to this. But I do think this is going to be really helpful for them to see, because we're the only people being held to these kind of standards.
Exactly.
Make sure you bring that thought up when you're helping me present.
Make sure you say that, Ms. Turner. All right, so are we able to move forward? Are there any other questions before we move forward? I totally do not mind stopping. Good to go? Okay. So we're going to look at the 5-year next. And of course, the difference in the 5-year, you will be able to see it on the next slide. But of course, still there are no significant compliance issues. Financial audits are good for the last 2 years. But the academic outcomes is where the biggest difference comes in. So if we go to the next slide, I'll be able to show you what that looks like. All right. So if you see here, the school's a C school, but they've not met growth for the last year, but their comps are still, you know, their comps are sliding in this position. So they were on target for 17-18, for 16-17, and then 17-18 they slid just a little bit. But then if you notice on 18-19, they've gone down by quite a few points, more than 10. That is not what we want to see in a trend of a school. We want to see them going upward and not downward. However, because they're still a C school, 5 years was appropriate, but because of their trend, they're going downward. That is not a time to award a school a longer length of time, 7 or 10, but they did make a 5 based on their academic data. Let's go to the next slide for 3 years. Typically, a school that has earned a 3-year renewal is because their academics are not in place and or they may have 1 or 2 compliance issues. One thing we say, you know, if it's academics, finances, and compliance, there's a major issue and they may fall within the non-renew, but we'll get there. But if a school is academically underperforming and potentially has either a financial issue or maybe a compliance issue, then they fall within the 3-year category to give them time to fix those things within 3 years, right? But let's look at that 3-year to see. And as you see, this is a D school. They've met growth, but for whatever reason, they are not able to get outside of missing comparability to the LEA. They were at a 5, -5, then -9, then -16. This, again, is a downward trend, which is not what you want to see with the school academically. You want to see an upward trend, which is the thing we talk about. I always say, hey, y'all, let's, by the time we get to renewal, to the presentation, let's see some color on this page. We want to see orange. Well, there's no gray. There's no orange. It's all gray because they're going downward in their trend. For that reason, this school received a 3-year.
The other thing you might note on is the enrollment also went down.
Absolutely. So there are other factors. We talk about, thank you, Ms. Turner, for bringing that up. So not only do we look at academic trends, but we also look at their enrollment. When a school is hemorrhaging students, that is a red flag. And oftentimes in those interviews that we talked about, so after you hear the report, we invite people schools that did not receive a 10-year automatic, they come and talk about things. The board would then ask them, well, can you tell me what's happening? Why are you losing students? You had 436 students in this year, now you're down to 300. You've lost this number of students. So there are a lot of factors that play in. And the board has always, followed up and asked those questions. This is information that's steady and it's available. And we want to make sure that schools answer to those types of things. And there have been situations where leadership turnover was high and people lost, trust in the school. And so that point that you made earlier, Mr. Etheridge, about, school leaders and what other factors, all that stuff is very important because it does play into the consistency of the school and the community's ability to trust. We all know that charter schools, the belief in you as a community is very important because you don't have students, you don't have money, and you can't operate. Right? So again, that's a great point, Ms. Turner. Enrollment is extremely important, very important. So do you have any questions before we move to the non-renew example? Anyone? Okay, we'll move on. Once we get to a non-renewal or an assumption of a school, typically it's because there are issues in all 3 areas: academics, finances, as well as governance. And that's a ship that's hard to turn around if you are falling behind, if your academics are extremely low, you're at a deficit, or you have poor audits, and you have non-compliance throughout your performance framework, more than likely you're looking at a non-renewal. If we look at the next slide, we'll see the school. This is an actual non-renewal school. The school is an F school. They did not meet growth 3 out of 3 years. Their percentages below the county in which they reside were way above 20%. And there was just, at the same time, this school also had financial issues, and they also had non-compliance issues on their performance framework. It was just not anything that could be done at that time for the school. So, unfortunately, that happens. And so that's a non-renewal. This is our data and trends. And I'm so appreciative for my coworkers, Jay and Joseph, who worked with me on this. So this is, charter school renewal terms by grade level proficiency. This is what it looks like over time. And we're looking at the last 4 years. This is what it looks like. And if we broke it down, so what we did was we took the chart, they took the spreadsheet of all the outcomes that we've put together. So any decisions that you all made and state board approved was put on a spreadsheet. And this spreadsheet gave them the data to put into this slide here. And so this gives you an idea. If you look at the next slide, this is by student poverty rate. And I do know that my coworker, Jay, is on the line in case you all have any additional questions about any of the data slides. He and Joseph are on the line to answer any of those questions. But we took the information we took the outcomes of your last 4-year decisions and put it into a slide for your data trends. And I would love feedback to know how helpful this is for you to see, or, any questions?
Okay, so at the risk of just being really dumb, I don't understand this chart. So, you want to explain that, please?
So if you go back to the first one, what we did we took every school that was open prior to 2016, because everything sort of 2016 to the present is in an initial 5-year renewal. So every school that was open prior to 2016, we looked at their most recent renewal term, and those are coded by color. So blue schools got 7 years or above, orange schools got below 7 years. And what we did was we took the last 10 years of data, basically 2009 to 2019, and took the average grade level proficiency. And then we plotted every school. So as you move to the right is higher grade level proficiency average over the course of those 10 years for however many years of data they have. To the left is lower grade level proficiency. And essentially, obviously, you went through the framework a couple slides ago, and there's a lot of nuance and a lot of factors that go into a decision, so this doesn't tell the complete story. But as you would imagine, schools with higher grade level proficiencies are more likely to get a 7 or 10 year renewal. So every school in the third and fourth, the 2 top quartiles, got over a 7-year renewal, and schools on the lower end of proficiency rates were more likely to not get a 7 or 10 year renewal.
Okay, so let's go to the next couple. So let's go to economically disadvantaged
The higher the
students.
poverty rate,
Yeah.
in some cases,
Right.
the less.
So as you move to the right on the graph, the higher the average economically disadvantaged rate at the school, and as you move to the left, the lower the rate. And so, as you would imagine, and as this board knows probably pretty well, economic disadvantage rates are correlated with student proficiency outcomes. So the more likely the student proficiency or poverty rate is higher,
it's correlated to lower academic outcomes. That's true sort of across the nation. It's been true for decades. And so through no sort of individual or collective decision-making of this board, what we see, obviously, is that schools with higher academic proficiency rates tend to be schools with lower rates of poverty over the course of 10 years. Again, this is sort of an average of all the data over the course of 10 years.
Do you want to go to the next slide, please, Ashley? Thank you.
Yeah. And then, so similarly to this slide, again, student racial demographics are also correlated with academic outcomes. So in a similar sense, the higher as you move to the right, it's the higher percentage of students of color served by any particular charter school. And as you move to the left, it's a lower percentage. And so similarly, it's just a kind of a statistical correlation that schools with higher students of color rates have then lower absolute academic proficiency rates, and therefore are more likely to get below 7 years of renewal. The one thing we didn't look at was growth rates and how those things factor in, and obviously there's a number of other factors that go into a renewal decision, but this sort of gives the broad trends of what the impact potentially on schools that serve high percentages of economically disadvantaged students or high percentages of students of color, what that means to get shorter renewal terms and kind of be in that process continually.
Thank you so much, Jay, for filling in. Any other questions before he goes off?
Well explained, Jay.
Okay. So again, I'm so appreciative to have such a strong team. We truly do all work together to make things happen. Data, and so the next thing we're looking at now, the data and trends of renewal cohort. So over the last few years, these are the outcomes of what you all have recommended and what's been approved by the state board. And if you look across the top, it shows the cohort 18, 19, 20, and 21. And it shows how many 10-year schools we award, 10-year certificates we awarded, 7-year, 5-year, 3-year, and non-renewals, assumptions, and relinquishments. And that's just a very quick data chart to show you over the course of 4 years of what your activity has been. Are there any questions about the trends? Okay, we'll move to the next slide. So how do we get here? Staff preparation for annual charter report. This gives you an idea. So one thing we're looking at, because our cohorts are getting larger. Like I told you earlier, for cohort 2023, there are 41 schools. So we're starting to look at, okay, what preparation are we taking and what's actually being applied that has an effect on the outcome of the actual charter agreement term. And so if you look at the next two slides that are before you, you'll be able to see what the activity is, what we have to do to prepare. Is it required? Yes or no? And does it inform the renewal outcome? Yes or no? And as you look at slide 1, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer those. We'll go to slide 2. And again, it's the same. So the activities on 2 slides. This again is the renewal activity as required by the consultant. Is it required for the process? Yes or no? And does it have an effect on the outcome? Yes or no?
So Dr. Cooper,
yes.
Under notify schools of compliance issues, while it's not required, I know for a fact that you guys do that.
Yes.
So wouldn't we want to indicate that we do, even though it's not required, we actually do it?
Yes. So that, and I'm glad you brought that up, because as a consultant, I know that it's not required by statute or rule, but it does inform. There's no way that I could stand before you and do a report on compliance without telling the school that I'm going to tell you about their non-compliance, right?
Right.
So this is built into the process. Anytime we find out something, the school is immediately alerted and told, this is an issue that's showing up for you.
So
Right.
you
Remember,
might
if I
wanna,
can add, Ms. Turner, this is the renewal process. This isn't when the school got their initial noncompliance.
Right.
When they got that noncompliance, they were notified either by FPS, EC, whatever the division was, or if it's a governance and we gave it, they were notified by a letter. But during the renewal process, we don't have to notify them that there was a noncompliance, but we do anyway.
yeah,
We
that,
want
so
them-
that's, I guess what I'm
Right.
saying is, it's not required, but since we do it, we probably should get credit for it. So maybe a column that says required, is it done? You know, so that it shows
I
that
see
we
what you're
do
saying.
that.
If you read
Even
this,
though
you
we
might
don't
think-
have to.
You might think that,
That
no,
we just,
no, we're not
yeah,
doing
that
it.
they find out when, they find out we're considering it when they get here, which isn't true.
Does that make sense, Dr. Cooper?
So no, that's totally correct. The school, so schools know up front if they have a compliance issue. We even ask them in their pre-writing, in their self-study and the assistance tool, do you have any non-compliance issues? If so, what are they? And have you received a letter? So they know. But at the same time, we have always, as an office, said, okay, if something comes up in the compliance meeting, we will notify you, but it still stands. So I do understand, yes, we should probably get credit for making that extra effort. But that's something that we're considering, you know, do we need to make that extra effort? Do we need to include that in the process? That's why we're doing this audit. So any comments that you all have or any opinions on that, we want to make sure we incorporate in the way we move forward after this audit, our takeaways. Any other questions? That's a great point.
What would we change the question? Or the statement?
It's a lot more to the process than it looks like just standing at the podium, right? So there are a lot of different components. But as we move to the next slide, very, very proud of our ability to move forward, even in the pandemic. Like I said, we never missed a beat. And because of it, we have a web page for every cohort. And that link will take you to that web page that shows you a video for every school so that you have a virtual look at every school that was in that cohort. And also there's a renewal newsletter called The Scoop with Dr. Coop, and that's where we put information for renewal cohorts. We did take a pause. Well, I'm sorry.
The Scoop with Dr. Coop.
Yeah.
Yes, The Scoop with Dr. Coop. So it's an informative newsletter. We have quite a few followers. Not sure why people across the world are following us, but hey, you know, we'll take it. If anyone's interested in the renewal process, we'll take it. But we do. I think that just having those resources available for schools, and even during the pandemic, we had other things in there like online learning, ways to make learning fun when teaching online, just different things. It's a great resource for them. But again, we do have the website that has all the school videos. So if you're looking at a particular school that's in the renewal process, you can click on their video, see their school tour, whatever the case might be. So we did not miss a beat. And I just want to thank leadership. I just want to thank my director, Dave, for trusting us with this process to leap virtually. I'm sure he didn't know what the outcome was going to be like we didn't, but we went for it and it was okay. It was a good thing and people have fallen into place. So yeah. Next slide. Any questions about that before we move to the next slide? I don't want to go too fast. Okay. So these are our takeaways of the renewal audit. Some of our glows, and I say glows and grows because if you look on your list of exhibits, there's like the renewal site visit feedback, and those are glows and grows that we give to the school. And we talk about the things that their stakeholders said are great. And then we talk about things that, well, if you could do it better, maybe you could do this. And so our glows, positive working relationships with charter leaders, as it relates to the renewal process, over the last couple of years, I have just seen the relationship between charter leaders in our office really grow and blossom and become more of a two-way, where they trust coming to us and we trust going to them. And so that's been a very positive thing, not just with renewals, but overall across all of our workflows. Thorough and accurate reporting to Charter School Advisory Board and SBE. We make every effort to make sure that anything we bring to you is thorough, is looked at, triple checked, and it's in good order. And we're very proud of that. We don't bring you information that's inaccurate. And so that is very important to us. Establish a systematic approach to the renewal process. We have totally, over the last few years, built a real system of how it works, and it has played out very well. But we do acknowledge that everything can evolve and have changes over time. And the renewal process is transparent and well-informed. The one thing that I always tell schools, and I laugh sometimes, but it's the truth, there are no secrets. You know what I know. By the time I get to the podium, no one should say, well, she didn't tell us that, or they didn't tell us that. We're very transparent in how we communicate with everyone involved. And we use a group email to make sure that everyone is getting the same communication at the same time. So those things we're very proud of. The growth, we have to consider the allocation of time as it relates to the overall renewal outcome. And that means we're doing this, it's not required. Is it informing the process? Yes or no? If it's a no, should we consider taking that off the list of things to do because of time? There are 6 of us, 7 of us, and do we have the manpower? So we're considering that. Charter agreement dates. I'm not sure if we've ever brought this up, but there is, okay, so in Ready to Open, there's a charter agreement. The original charter agreement has a date on it for the school. But what we're finding is that 1 year of preparation is not aligning with the year that they're actually starting operations. And so every year we double check every charter agreement to make sure that the renewal process takes place in the right year. And we don't know how to fix this. I'm not saying I have an answer, but the charter agreement is set 1 year before they actually start operating, which means they're falling a year earlier than they should on the renewal process timeline. So that's just a discussion. I know that Dave and I have discussed that, and we'll have to come back to you with more information, or maybe you have an idea to discuss with us. But along with that, we want to make sure that we build a mandatory, not only renewal training when a school enters the renewal process, but board training as well for those schools that are entering the renewal process. Because what we're finding is that a lot of times, not for naught, but there are things that are missing, and boards need to be retrained, or they need to make sure they have access to proper training. So if we could make training mandatory, that would be completely awesome. Through Epicenter, we have recordings. If we could build that through PD, that would be great. We would love to have a renewal email address. We get so many emails from so many different places. If there needs to be a quick return response about renewals, if we could have a renewal email address, and the renewing consultant would know to go in there every day and look for renewal questions. And last but not least, consider making the renewal process an application that is established through Epicenter. Just as they apply to be a school, they need to apply to stay a school. That would, again, bringing up the numbers, we have a large number of schools. And now that we have the 5-year initial agreement and not 10-year, the groups are getting larger and larger every year. So if we make this an online process that has tiers, which we don't say we have the process all, fished out yet, but they would need to apply online. It will put an onus on the school to know when they need to apply and how to follow through. We would give them directions. And of course, there'd be tiers for schools that are low performing, continually low performing. But it just seems like the right way to go with us being so large now. We have 204 schools and counting. So your thoughts will be greatly appreciated on that statement. Last slide, please. And these are our recommendations in which we're doing throughout the process. Evaluating staff preparation, consider initial charter agreement dates being aligned, make renewal trainings mandatory to enter the process, build mandatory renewal trainings and board trainings in Epicenter, create new email address for quicker responses to email inquiries, and consider making the renewal process an application that is established through Epicenter. And that is what I have for you today. So I'm open to questions, and I've already written down a couple of comments that were great to consider. So go for it. I'm all yours.
I love making renewal trainings mandatory.
Yeah, and I think the email address should be an easy thing to do. I do have concerns about turning it into an application in Epicenter.
Yes, ma'am.
All of the things that you listed that were the glows go away when this becomes a paperwork shuffle. And we lose a lot when you come and present on schools, particularly schools that where there's some discussion about what are we going to do with them. Your assessment of the school, of the leadership, because you've been interacting with them on a regular basis, really affects how we decide. And if all we have is what they wrote on a piece of paper, that could, we lose that nuance.
Understood.
I looked at that differently. I'm sorry. I actually thought it was just a place to collect and submit the different criteria that needed to be submitted for renewal. I thought that's what Epicenter was going to be. I didn't know that it was going to replace coming to CSAB.
No, it wouldn't replace coming to the CSAB, but what happens now is, as Dr. Cooper talked about, is that relationship thing, that there's constant interaction between the OCS staff and the renewal school.
Absolutely.
If we go to a paper, it's a paper application, then we really don't, where it becomes, it's not an issue with 10-year schools, 7-year schools, that's not where it's an issue. Where it becomes an issue is when we're talking 5 or 3, or are we talking about non-renew? And then when Dr. Cooper comes and says, this is a new leader who's only been here about 2 years, but I can see that these are the things I saw when I was there. That affects how we see that. Whereas if I'm looking at it just on paper, I'm looking at, you're not getting better, and
you might be.
Yeah.
Got it.
Right.
But I also get that there's a lot of schools and not a lot of people. I get that too.
That is a challenge, and as Dr. Coop and the team, we've talked about quite a bit. This audit, we keep calling it, really, we might have gone into it reluctantly, but we're really glad we did, because it did highlight the things that we are doing, the amount of manpower it takes, plus the things that we can improve on. And we want to do that with every workflow we have, maybe every 3, 4, 5 years, try to do a deep dive on the application process, on professional development. But the challenge that we have is the manpower to continue the large amount of renewals that we have to do every year. But and I think I cause much more work on my consultants, because our core value is customer service, and that, so it won't become a paper application. The team has to work even harder to get all this information, but I think that's what the field wants, what they've come to expect. So these recommendations, the grows and glows, those are things that we certainly want your input on, what you prioritize, what you think is needed, not needed.
Absolutely. And so in moving forward, if you please write down on your sheet, not a fan of online process, so that we know moving forward and what we present to state board reflects what the Charter School Advisory Board actually wants. Our office is going to try our hardest to do what's going to be best supported, right? So if you really feel like the online process, and hearing you say that, Ms. Turner, I get it. There's qualitative information in having the hands-on approach. So please write that down so that we know how to adjust this presentation and moving forward to state board. And like they said, the groups keep getting bigger and bigger, larger and larger, and it gets to be more difficult to handle, you know, those close customer service relationships with schools. But if it's not something that's desired at this time for this to move into an automated process, even if we have, you know, another tiered experience for low performing schools or schools that have issues, then let's write that down and move forward with that information.
Dave, this might be a crazy question, but like thinking of Cognia, like Cognia or any accreditation has teams that are trained people that are, you know, professional
From other
colleagues.
schools,
I
yeah.
mean, is there something that, like, get a win-win out of it? Like, teach me the process so that I can help review schools, and then that way, when it's my time to do a renewal, I'm familiar with the process, and it helps the staff not be so overwhelmed?
Yes, that's a great question. If I understand it correctly, because we talked about it amongst ourselves, it'd be wonderful during renewal. We had a team of consultants that went into a school for a 2-day visit, and we just did a deep dive into all their data, their financial data, we met with their CPA. We don't have the manpower to do it. We rely on the data that comes through the agency, and then the visits, and then the communication that we have with the schools over the course of their period. But
I mean, I'm not
we try to pattern it around
thing to do, but
Yeah, but what John is talking about that Cognia does is the schools that come, the people who come in are from other schools that do that. So there is a leader who would be a staff person, but the other people are people from other schools that come in.
Like an accreditation.
that's a possibility if
accreditation.
you know, I'm sure there's a cost involved in that. So
I was about to say.
They didn't pay us. I did John's school and
The
they
only
didn't pay us.
the only person gets paid is the head, and if that's someone that's on staff, I'm just spitballing
And
it
we
out there
reviewed a
because.
ton of data.
Yeah.
It was like a notebook that was like this.
She
The
did
only
my
thing-
school.
Yeah, the only thing they did do, they did feed us dinner, and we had to be there for 2 days, and they did put us up overnight.
But that was the charter, the school paid for it, not.
Yeah, the school paid
That's
it. Not,
right.
yeah.
I only put it out there because I didn't want one more thing to do, but the year prior to you coming, I served on a visitation team, so I could be better familiarized with what to be ready for when the team came. And I
Which is
just
why we did it.
throw that out there as a way to kind of help
Yeah.
staff, because if there's more and more schools, maybe that's a way to divide and conquer.
that's a good point.
So Dr. Cooper sent you all of what you needed? Well, you already know the process.
Yeah.
You would be surprised when the school is up for renewal and they know they have to submit their renewal request. Some of them don't do it on time. Their self-assessment, they don't turn those in on time. So we're trying to, all right, should we just get really, really strict? You don't turn it in, you're not gonna get renewed. We certainly don't wanna do that, so.
But I think we need to know that. I think that needs to be, that's a non-compliance. And that should be noted. Because that's huge. Like, if you can't even get your application to keep your charter in on time, I'm worried.
So I think that was the thought of the application process, that we would hold the schools to that same stringent timeline, but that's a good point.
The other thing I would suggest is I don't think you're giving yourself credit, as much credit as you need to for things that you're doing. So, for
Yes, ma'am.
example, you mentioned that you have compliance meetings, but you didn't list all the people that you interact with to get that compliance, so to get that information, so that the state board doesn't understand from the way it's stated in here that you're interacting with all the departments in DPI, that this is not some random thing. Like, we're doing all kinds of stuff nobody else is doing.
Yes, ma'am.
You talk about
I did decrease the so I tried to make the slideshow shorter. I did compile and try to delete quite a bit out of those 2 slides. It was 4 slides originally. It is 2 slides now. So yes, ma'am, I understand, Ms. Turner.
But I think for this particular presentation, it's really important that, because this whole thing started because they were thinking we were just randomly giving out charters. So I think it's important that they understand all of the departments that you're checking with about these schools. Nobody, we're not doing this for other people's schools.
Right.
When you talk about your stakeholder interviews, all the different stakeholders that you talk to in the course of those interviews at those schools. I mean, this is literally almost the same process you have to use to get accredited.
That's right.
And
I've
so,
gone for accreditation at a general public school, and it was a lot. And it looks a lot like this, to be honest. So yes, ma'am, I understand. I will include that in the presentation and look over it with Dave and the team.
and I just found out I'm helping to present this?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll be thoroughly prepped. You'll be able to answer questions on behalf of.
You need to check the spam box.
This is December, right?
We will present.
It's good practice.
And then you'll be there to answer a question that's specifically for CSAP.
Okay.
Yeah, so most of the heat will be on me. Out of 100 degrees, I'll be getting 80 of it. The 20 is left for you.
Well, my job will be to make sure they understand how rigorous this process is.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
So your question was, will you be part of the presentation for this audit?
Will I need to be here? I'll plan to be here.
Yeah, it would be very helpful.
Yeah, I'll plan to be here.
That would be awesome if you could be. Yeah, just having your support. But that, this is the presentation. This is what I have for you. Again, your thoughts and your opinions about things are very important to us as an office. So I know I'm old school, but if you write on the notes page, notes feedback page, and just leave it, it'll be collected at the end of the meeting, and our team will look over all of your comments and apply what's necessary to the presentation moving forward. Okay? Any other questions before I'm done?
Great job, Coop.
Yeah, really good, really good. But
Very thorough.
Thank you. And thank you all so much for your feedback and for this interaction. We need that to understand how to move forward. So I greatly appreciate you all for your time. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Please know, Dr. Cooper, that we do know how much work you guys put into this.
Yeah.
We just need to communicate it in a way that the state board gets it. When we tried to explain it last year, they just didn't get it.
Yes, ma'am. Understood. I'm gonna go back and dig out those other 2 slides. Just slap it back in the presentation, no worries. But yes, the team and I will work together to make sure we communicate every piece of the effort we put in. Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dr.
Thank you,
Cooper.
Shonda.
Welcome.
All right, so we, just a reminder for tomorrow, we have a long day tomorrow, so get some rest tonight. The parking passes are no longer distributed, so that's just, add that with your reimbursements. John, Shelley, and Hilda, I have something I need you to fill out, before you leave tomorrow, and that will just, it sounds like they're cutting checks for you, but they need your social security number. So this is a W-9 information form. So just get that to me either today after the meeting or tomorrow, and then we'll work on your reimbursements.
Anita did say that they're gonna actually cut checks tomorrow. Okay. She's gonna approve it, bring them up to you guys.
Okay, awesome.
Whatever paperwork is done.
No.
correctly.
Oh, nice. I haven't got my September.
And I think that's it. Any other, no? So we just need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Nice second.
All in favor? Aye. Any
No
opposed?
discussion.
No discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Tomorrow will be
Tomorrow.
day.